Welcome to Scary Phantom, where the eerie meets the soothing. Every night I bring you thrilling horror stories that not only send chills down your spine but also help you unwind for a peaceful sleep. Relax, listen, and let the stories take you away to a world where the dark is both exciting and calming. The South Atlantic stretched before us like an endless slate of hammered steel. 3 weeks into our voyage from Buenos Aires to Cape Town aboard the Southern Star, I'd grown accustomed to the rolling deck beneath my feet and the persistent scent of salt that permeated everything. The cargo freighter wasn't built for comfort, a utilitarian vessel designed to transport goods across vast oceanic expanses with maximum efficiency and minimal crew. I stood at the stern rail, watching our wake carve a temporary scar across the ocean's surface. Despite 8 years as a safety officer on various international shipping routes, I never tired of these moments of solitude. My name is Thomas Reeves, and that morning marked 23 days at sea with another 11 to go before we dock in South Africa. The air hung heavy and warm against my skin, typical for this region in early summer, a stark contrast to the refrigerated containers stacked in neat rows along the ship's deck. The Southern Star carried a diverse cargo: electronics from Asia, machinery parts bound for mining operations, and the special containers I was responsible for monitoring. 12 refrigerated units containing medical specimens for research facilities in Cape Town. The units required constant temperature regulation, their contents preserved at precisely, so to say, any deviation triggered immediate alerts to the bridge and to my personal datapad. When the first alert came, I was finishing my morning coffee in the crew mess. A harsh electronic tone sounded from my pocket, followed by Captain Larson's voice crackling over the ship's intercom. Safety Officer Reeves to the bridge, Priority 1. The mess hall fell silent as I stood, several crew members watching with curious expressions. Priority 1 calls were uncommon on routine voyages. "Trouble with the special cargo?" asked Elena Rodriguez, our communications officer. Her dark eyes reflected concern in the fluorescent light. "Probably just a sensor glitch," I replied with a reassuring smile that I didn't entirely feel. "The medical containers have redundant systems. I'll check it out." The bridge was a hub of focused activity when I arrived. Captain Larson stood before the main console, his weathered face grim beneath a crown of silver hair. First Officer Wei Chen monitored navigation systems nearby, her posture rigid with tension. "Container M42, Captain Larson said without preamble as I approached. "Temperature readings are erratic. The system's reporting values well below operational parameters, negative 97 degrees Celsius at last reading." I frowned, checking my datapad for confirmation. "That's impossible, sir. Our units can't cool below negative 40 and the specimens would be destroyed at that temperature anyway." "Could be a sensor malfunction," Chen suggested, not looking up from her station. "Maybe," I agreed, though something about the steady decline in temperature readings over the past hour suggested otherwise. "I'll perform a physical inspection." "Take Harrison with you," Larson ordered, referring to our head of security. "Full safety protocols. Those specimens are worth more than this entire ship." I nodded, already moving toward the door. "I'll report back within 30 minutes. The ship's corridors seemed unusually quiet as I made my way to the security office. Most crew members were at their stations or resting in their quarters, leaving the passageways empty save for the occasional maintenance worker. I found James, Harrison reviewing security footage, his broad shoulders hunched over a small monitor. "Got a situation with container M42, I explained after he acknowledged my presence. "Need to check it out." Harrison was a man of few words, a former military contractor who'd found his way to merchant shipping after whatever experiences had left the long scar running from his right temple to his jawline. He simply nodded, retrieving his security kit, a tablet linked to the ship's systems, a heavy-duty flashlight, and a sidearm I'd never seen him use but knew he was qualified to carry. "Temperature anomaly?" he asked as we headed toward the container deck. "Extreme," I confirmed. "Systems reporting impossible readings. Probably a malfunction, but you don't think so," he finished, his expression neutral beneath the brim of his regulation cap. I shrugged. "Just seems odd. That container was checked thoroughly before loading. Equipment was certified new." We emerged onto the open deck where sunshine and humidity immediately enveloped us. The container yard stretched before us in orderly rows, most unit standard shipping containers in various states of wear, painted with the logos of their respective companies. The medical specimens were housed in 12 gleaming white refrigerated containers positioned near the stern, their cooling systems emitting a steady hum, except for M42. As we approached, I noticed the absence of the familiar mechanical drone. More disturbing was the visible layer of frost coating its exterior surface. Impossible in this tropical heat. "That's not right," Harrison muttered, drawing his sidearm but keeping it pointed downward. I approached cautiously, my skin prickling. With unease, the digital display on the container door showed an internal temperature of 97.8 degrees and dropping. Impossible. Our equipment couldn't achieve such extreme cold, and even if it could, the specimens inside, primarily blood samples and tissue cultures, would be destroyed. "I need to check inside," I said, retrieving the electronic access card from my pocket. "Wait." Harrison placed a restraining hand on my arm. "Let me call for backup first. If there's a malfunction, we need to address it immediately," I countered. "Those specimens are time-sensitive. I'll just override the lock, take a quick look, and reseal if necessary." Harrison hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "I'll stand ready. Any sign of trouble, we back off and call hazmat." I approached the container door, my breath visible in the unnaturally cold air surrounding it. The metal surface was painful to touch even through my gloves. I swiped my access card and entered the override sequence on the keypad. The locking mechanism disengaged with a hiss of escaping air. When I pulled the heavy door open, a cloud of vapor billowed out, momentarily obscuring my vision. The interior lights activated automatically, revealing rows of carefully arranged specimen racks. Against all logic, they appeared intact, showing no signs of damage from the extreme cold. Then I saw it, standing motionless at the center of the container, a humanoid figure encased in a transparent layer of ice. Approximately 2 meters tall, its form was vaguely human, but wrong in subtle ways I couldn't immediately identify. The proportions seemed stretched, the limbs too long and jointed at odd angles. Its skin, visible through the ice, was a pale, bluish-white. "Harrison," I called, my voice catching in my throat. "You need to see this." As Harrison moved to the doorway, I took a cautious step forward, drawn by a scientist's curiosity despite my growing dread. The ice encasing the figure wasn't solid as I'd first thought. It seemed to flow and shift slightly, more like extremely viscous liquid than frozen water, and then its eyes opened. They were entirely black, bottomless pools without whites or pupils, and they fixed directly on me with unmistakable awareness. A crack appeared in the ice covering its chest, spreading outward like a spider's web. "Close it!" Harrison shouted, raising his weapon. "Close it now!" I slammed the container door shut, fingers fumbling with the control panel as I re-engaged all security locks. My heart hammered against my ribs and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the lingering cold. "What the hell was that?" Harrison demanded, his normally impassive face showing rare alarm. "I don't know," I managed, the image of those black eyes still burning in my mind. It wasn't on the manifest. None of the containers should have anything but medical specimens. Harrison was already calling the bridge. "Captain, we have a situation with container M42. Unknown biohazard risk. Requesting immediate quarantine protocols." Captain Larson's voice came through clearly despite the static. "Understood. Is the container secure?" "For now," Harrison replied, his gaze fixed on the frost-covered door. "But whatever's in there..." "Sir, it's not normal. Explain." The captain's tone was sharp. I took the communicator from Harrison. "Captain, this is Reeves. There's a humanoid figure inside the container. It appears to be preserved in ice, but the ice is behaving strangely. And sir, it's aware." It opened its eyes and looked directly at me. A long silence followed before Larson spoke again. "Return to the bridge immediately. I'm ordering a full crew briefing and contacting the shipping company for information. No one approaches that container until we know exactly what we're dealing with." As we turned to leave, I noticed something that sent a chill through me deeper than any physical cold. The frost covering the container's exterior was receding, drawing back toward the door like water flowing uphill against gravity. Against nature. "It's adapting," I murmured, mostly to myself. Harrison gave me a questioning look. "The temperature," I explained, gesturing to the digital display which now showed 72.3 degrees. "It's rising rapidly. Whatever's in there is generating heat." Back on the bridge, Captain Larson had assembled the senior crew: First Officer Chen, Chief Engineer Kapoor, ship's Dr. Novak, and Communications Officer Rodriguez. Their faces registered varying degrees of concern as Harrison and I described what we'd found. "Nothing like this was declared in the shipping manifest," Chen confirmed, reviewing the documentation on her tablet. "Container M42 should contain blood samples and tissue cultures from a research hospital in Buenos Aires, bound for the Palmer Institute in Cape Town. I want to know how an undeclared passenger ended up in one of our secure containers," Larson said, his voice tight with controlled anger. "Rodriguez, establish a direct line to the shipping company. I want answers immediately." Elena nodded, already moving to her communications station. "Dr. Novak, what are the biological risks here?" Larson continued. "Could this be some kind of specimen preservation we're not familiar with?" Sandra Novak was a tall, thin woman with prematurely gray hair and the perpetually tired expression of someone who had seen too much in her career as a ship's physician. "No standard preservation method involves living subjects in those conditions," she replied. "And nothing human could survive temperatures that extreme." "It's rising rapidly," I noted, checking my datapad which showed the container's internal temperature now at 43.1 degrees. "At this rate, it'll reach normal freezing within hours." "Kapoor, I want that container isolated from all ship systems," Larson ordered. "Cut any connections to power, ventilation, everything." Chief Engineer Vishan Kapoor nodded grimly. "I'll handle it personally, Captain. Should I prepare for jettison protocols as well?" The question hung in the air. Jettisoning cargo was an extreme measure, one that would require extensive documentation and likely result in legal repercussions from the shipping company. But if that container posed a threat to the ship and crew— Not yet, Larson decided after a moment. "Let's establish the facts first. Rodriguez, any response from the company?" "Still trying to establish direct communication, sir," Elena reported. "Their automated system acknowledged receipt of our priority message, but no human response yet. Keep trying. Harrison, I want a security team monitoring that container at all times, but no one gets within 10 meters without my explicit authorization." "Understood, Captain." As Harrison moved to the doorway, I took a cautious step forward, drawn by a scientist's curiosity despite my growing dread. The ice encasing the figure wasn't solid as I'd first thought. It seemed to flow and shift slightly, more like extremely viscous liquid than frozen water, and then its eyes opened. They were entirely black, bottomless pools without whites or pupils, and they fixed directly on me with unmistakable awareness. A crack appeared in the ice covering its chest, spreading outward like a spider's web. "Close it!" Harrison shouted, raising his weapon. "Close it now!" I slammed the container door shut, fingers fumbling with the control panel as I re-engaged all security locks. My heart hammered against my ribs and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the lingering cold. "What the hell was that?" Harrison demanded, his normally impassive face showing rare alarm. "I don't know," I managed, the image of those black eyes still burning in my mind. "It wasn't on the manifest. None of the containers should have anything but medical specimens." Harrison was already calling the bridge. "Captain, we have a situation with container M42. Unknown biohazard risk. Requesting immediate quarantine protocols." Captain Larson's voice came through clearly despite the static. "Understood. Is the container secure?" "For now," Harrison replied, his gaze fixed on the frost-covered door. "But whatever's in there, sir, it's not normal." "Explain." The captain's tone was sharp. I took the communicator from Harrison. "Captain, this is Reeves. There's a humanoid figure inside the container. It appears to be preserved in ice, but the ice is behaving strangely. And sir, it's aware. It opened its eyes and looked directly at me." A long silence followed before Larson spoke again. "Return to the bridge immediately. I'm ordering a full crew briefing and contacting the shipping company for information. No one approaches that container until we know exactly what we're dealing with." As we turned to leave, I noticed something that sent a chill through me deeper than any physical cold. The frost covering the container's exterior was receding, drawing back toward the door like water flowing uphill, against gravity. Against nature. "It's adapting," I murmured, mostly to myself. Harrison gave me a questioning look. "The temperature," I explained, gesturing to the digital display which now showed 72.3 degrees Celsius. "It's rising rapidly. Whatever's in there is generating heat." Back on the bridge, Captain Larson had assembled the senior crew: First Officer Chen, Chief Engineer Kapoor, Ship's Dr. Novak, and Communications Officer Rodriguez. Their faces registered varying degrees of concern as Harrison and I described what we'd found. "Nothing like this was declared in the shipping manifest," Chen confirmed, reviewing the documentation on her tablet. "Container M42 should contain blood samples and tissue cultures from a research hospital in Buenos Aires, bound for the Palmer Institute in Cape Town. I want to know how an undeclared passenger ended up in one of our secure containers," Larson said, his voice tight with controlled anger. "Rodriguez, establish a direct line to the shipping company. I want answers immediately." Elena nodded, already moving to her communication station. "Dr. Novak, what are the biological risks?" "Here," Larson continued. "Could this be some kind of specimen preservation we're not familiar with?" Sandra Novak was a tall, thin woman with prematurely gray hair and the perpetually tired expression of someone who had seen too much in her career as a ship's physician. "No standard preservation method involves living subjects in those conditions," she replied. "And nothing human could survive temperatures that extreme." "It's rising rapidly," I noted, checking my data pad, which showed the container's internal temperature now at 43.1 Branders. "At this rate, it'll reach normal freezing within hours. Kapoor, I want that container isolated from all ship systems," Larson ordered. "Cut any connections to power, ventilation, everything." Chief Engineer Vishan Kapoor nodded grimly. "I'll handle it personally, Captain. Should I prepare for jettison protocols as well?" The question hung in the air. Jettisoning cargo was an extreme measure, one that would require extensive documentation and likely result in legal repercussions from the shipping company. But if that container posed a threat to the ship and crew— "Not yet," Larson decided after a moment. "Let's establish the facts first. Rodriguez, any response from the company?" "Still trying to establish direct communication, sir," Elena reported. "Their automated system acknowledged receipt of our priority message, but no human response yet." "Keep trying. Harrison, I want a security team monitoring that container at all times, but no one gets within 10 meters without my explicit authorization." "Understood, Captain." "Reeves, work with Dr. Novak to review all available information on the specimens that should be in that container. Maybe there's something in the documentation that can explain this." I nodded, though I doubted any paperwork would account for what I'd seen in that container. Those eyes, intelligence and something else, something hungry, had not belonged to any medical specimen. As the meeting dispersed, Dr. Novak pulled me aside. "Those specimens were sent by the Hernandez Research Center," she said in a low voice. "I did a rotation there during my residency. They were involved in some unusual research." "What kind of research?" I asked, immediately alert. She glanced around before responding. "Experimental cryogenics, tissue regeneration. Nothing officially unethical, but there were rumors." "Rumors of what?" "Human testing. Subjects who had no other options." She shook her head. "It was never proven, and I never saw anything firsthand. But when you mentioned a humanoid figure preserved in ice, the implication hung between us, disturbing in its possibilities. We should review those files immediately, I said. As we left the bridge, I noticed Engineer Kapoor assembling tools for his task of isolating the container. Something in his methodical movements reminded me of the way the ice had seemed to flow around the figure, purposeful, deliberate. I shook off the thought as mere paranoia and followed Dr. Novak toward the ship's medical bay. 4 hours later, we had reviewed every document related to container M42 without finding anything to explain what Harrison and I had witnessed. According to all official paperwork, the container held 200 blood samples and 50 tissue cultures from various anonymous donors, all intended for comparative analysis of a new treatment for rapid-onset leukemia. I rubbed my eyes, tired from scanning endless technical specifications. Nothing here indicates anything unusual. I've contacted a former colleague at Hernandez, Novak said, setting down her tablet. Off the record. She's promised to look into any special projects that might explain our situation. My data pad chimed with an alert. The container's temperature had stabilized at 2.3 degrees, almost normal operating temperature for the refrigerated units. It's adapted to the environment, I murmured. What do you mean? I showed her the temperature graph. Look at the pattern. Rapid drop followed by gradual rise to just below freezing. Whatever's in there, it's controlling the temperature. Not being controlled by it. Novak frowned. That's not possible. Kapoor shouted in pain, dropping his tools as frost immediately formed where the water contacted his skin. He tried to pull away, but the watery tendril maintained its grip, ice crystals spreading rapidly up his leg. Harrison fired his weapon at the water, the bullets passing through it and ricocheting dangerously off the deck. Get him away from it, I shouted, grabbing Kapoor's arm and pulling. His assistant seized his other arm, and together we managed to drag him several meters before the water tendril finally lost cohesion, splashing back to the deck where it resumed its inexorable flow toward the ventilation system. Kapoor's ankle and lower leg were severely frostbitten, the skin blue-white and blistered. Medical bay now? Dr. Novak ordered, already applying emergency thermal wraps from her kit. As security personnel carried Kapoor away, Captain Larson arrived with First Officer Chen. His face darkened as he surveyed the scene and received our hasty explanation. The water, or whatever it is, entered the ventilation system, I concluded. It's in the ship now. Can we track it? Larson demanded. I don't know, I admitted. It seems to be able to change states between ice and liquid. It might be able to move throughout the entire ship through the water and ventilation systems. Temperature sensors, Chen suggested. If it significantly lowers the temperature around it, we might be able to track cold spots through the ship. Good thinking. Make it happen, Larson ordered. And I want all crew members to travel in pairs minimum. No one goes anywhere alone, until we neutralize this threat. What about the container? Harrison asked. Should we secure it or focus on tracking whatever got out? Larson considered briefly. Both. I want that container sealed with every physical restraint we have, then disconnected from all ship systems as planned. Post a guard detail. Meanwhile, I'm initiating emergency protocols. All non-essential personnel confined to quarters, essential crew on high alert. As the captain continued issuing orders, I found myself staring at the ventilation grate where the water, the entity, had disappeared. The ship suddenly felt much smaller, our isolation in the middle of the South Atlantic much more pronounced. We were days from the nearest port, trapped with something that shouldn't exist. And somewhere in the labyrinthine passages of the Southern Star, it was waiting. Part 2. Contamination. Night fell across the South Atlantic, the vast darkness, broken only by the running lights of the Southern Star as it continued its journey toward Cape Town. Inside, the ship had transformed from a place of routine and order to one of tension and fear. Crew members moved through corridors in groups, voices hushed, eyes constantly scanning shadows. In the medical bay, Dr. Novak worked to save Engineer Kapoor's leg. The frostbite had been severe, tissue damage extending far deeper than seemed possible from mere seconds of contact with the water-like substance. I've never seen anything like this, she confided as I brought her fresh supplies. The cellular damage is progressing despite treatment. It's as if the cold is somehow active. I looked at Kapoor, sedated on the medical bed, his exposed leg discolored and swollen from ankle to knee. Could it be some kind of biological agent? A virus or bacteria? I've taken samples, but my equipment here is limited. She straightened, rolling her shoulders to ease the tension. Thomas, I'm worried. This isn't behaving like any pathogen I've encountered. First Officer Chen's voice came over the intercom. Before I could respond. Safety Officer Reeves to the bridge, priority 1. I squeezed Novak's shoulder reassuringly. Keep me updated on Kapoor. And Sandra, be careful with those samples. The bridge was dimly lit when I arrived, most systems running on minimal power to allow the enhanced temperature monitoring Chen had implemented. The main display showed a thermal map of the entire ship, with most areas registering normal operating, temperatures in comfortable greens and yellows. We've detected anomalies, Chen said without preamble as I approached. She pointed to 3 areas highlighted in blue on the display. Cargo hold section C, the forward crew corridor on deck 3, and most concerning, near the water purification system. Captain Larson stood silently by the viewport, his reflection grim in the darkened glass. If it contaminates our water supply, I've already ordered it shut down and sealed, Chen assured him. Emergency water rations are being distributed. Good. Larson turned to face us. Reeves, we finally got a response from the shipping company. They claim complete ignorance of anything unusual about container M42. According to their records, it was loaded with exactly what the manifest states, medical specimens, nothing more. They're lying, I said flatly. Or someone along the chain. That container couldn't have been loaded with an undetected passenger. Agreed, but proving that will have to wait until we reach port. For now, we focus on containment and survival. He gestured to the thermal map. I want inspection, teams at each anomaly point. Full hazard gear, weapons ready, constant communication. You'll lead the team to the water purification system. It's our most critical vulnerability. Understood, Captain. One more thing, Larson added, his voice lowering. Dr. Novak reports that Kapoor is deteriorating rapidly. The tissue damage is spreading despite treatment. If this is some kind of contagion, he didn't need to finish the thought. If whatever had escaped from the container was infectious, we could be facing a ship-wide contamination event with no access to advanced medical facilities. I recommend we attempt communication, I suggested. The entity showed signs of intelligence. The tapping, the deliberate movements. Communicate what? Chen asked skeptically. And how? I don't know yet. But treating it only as a threat might be escalating a situation we don't fully understand. Larson considered this. Focus on containment. First, if an opportunity for communication presents itself, use your judgment, but your team's safety takes priority. 20 minutes later, I stood outside the water purification room with Security Officer Rachel Foster and Maintenance Technician Omar Saleh. We were dressed in the ship's emergency hazard suits, designed for chemical spills rather than unknown biological entities, but the best protection available. Temperature's definitely dropping, Foster noted, checking the sensor in her gloved hand. Current reading inside the room is -15 Celsius. Saleh shivered visibly despite his protective gear. That's impossible. The pipes should have burst at that temperature. Our normal rules don't apply here, I reminded them. Remember, we observe and report only. No engagement unless absolutely necessary. I swiped my access card, and the door slid open with a hydraulic hiss. The rush of cold air was immediate, fogging the faceplate of my hazard suit despite its thermal regulation. Blue-white emergency lights cast an ethereal glow over the purification equipment, a complex arrangement of tanks, filters, and control, stations that converted seawater into potable water for the ship's needs. Everything appeared covered in a thin layer of frost, beautiful in its crystalline patterns but deeply wrong in this controlled environment. More disturbing were the water puddles on the floor, perfectly circular, unnaturally still despite the ship's constant motion. The pools, Foster whispered, her breath visible even inside her suit. They're not right, as if in response to her voice. The nearest puddle trembled slightly. Then, with deliberate slowness, it began to flow upward, defying gravity to form a vertical column of water. "Don't move," I breathed, raising a hand to halt my companions. "I've never seen anything like this," she confided as I brought her fresh supplies. "The cellular damage is progressing despite treatment. It's as if the cold is somehow active." I looked at Kapoor, sedated on the medical bed, his exposed leg discolored and swollen from ankle to knee. Could it be some kind of biological agent? A virus or bacteria? "I've taken samples, but my equipment here is limited." She straightened, rolling her shoulders to ease the tension. "Thomas, I'm worried. This isn't behaving like any pathogen I've encountered." First Officer Chen's voice came over the intercom before I could respond. "Safety Officer Reeves to the bridge, priority 1. I squeezed Novak's shoulder reassuringly. "Keep me updated on Kapoor, and Sandra, be careful with those samples." The bridge was dimly lit when I arrived, most systems running on minimal power to allow the enhanced temperature monitoring Chen had implemented. The main display showed a thermal map of the entire ship, with most areas registering normal operating, temperatures in comfortable greens and yellows. "We've detected anomalies," Chen said without preamble as I approached. She pointed to 3 areas highlighted in blue on the display. Cargo hold section C, the forward crew corridor on deck 3, and, most concerning, near the water purification system. Captain Larson stood silently by the viewport, his reflection grim in the darkened glass. "If it contaminates our water supply, I've already ordered it shut down and sealed," Chen assured him. "Emergency water rations are being distributed." "Good." Larson turned to face us. "Reeves, we finally got a response from the shipping company. They claim complete ignorance of anything unusual about container M42. According to their records, it was loaded with exactly what the manifest states. Medical specimens, nothing more." "They're lying," I said flatly. "Or someone along the chain is. That container couldn't have been loaded with an undetected passenger." "Agreed, but proving that will have to wait until we reach port. For now, we focus on containment and survival." He gestured to the thermal map. "I want inspection, teams at each anomaly point, full hazard gear, weapons ready, constant communication. You'll lead the team to the water purification system. It's our most critical vulnerability." "Understood, Captain." "One more thing," Larson added, his voice lowering. "Dr. Novak reports that Kapoor is deteriorating rapidly. The tissue damage is spreading despite treatment. If this is some kind of contagion..." He didn't need to finish the thought. "If whatever had escaped from the container was infectious, we could be facing a ship-wide contamination event with no access to advanced medical facilities. I recommend we attempt communication," I suggested. "The entity showed signs of intelligence. The tapping, the deliberate movements." "Communicate what?" Chen asked skeptically. "And how?" "I don't know yet. But treating it only as a threat might be escalating a situation we don't fully understand." Larson considered this. "Focus on containment. First, if an opportunity for communication presents itself, use your judgment, but your team's safety takes priority." 20 minutes later, I stood outside the water purification room with Security Officer Rachel Foster and Maintenance Technician Omar Saleh. We were dressed in the ship's emergency hazard suits, designed for chemical spills rather than unknown biological entities, but the best protection available. "Temperature's definitely dropping," Foster noted, checking the sensor in her gloved hand. "Current reading inside the room is -15 Celsius. Saleh shivered visibly despite his protective gear. "That's impossible. The pipes should have burst at that temperature." "Our normal rules don't apply here," I reminded them. "Remember, we observe and report only. No engagement unless absolutely necessary." I swiped my access card and the door slid open with a hydraulic hiss. The rush of cold air was immediate, fogging the faceplate of my hazard suit despite its thermal regulation. Blue-white emergency lights cast an ethereal glow over the purification equipment, a complex arrangement of tanks, filters, and control, stations that converted seawater into potable water for the ship's needs. Everything appeared covered in a thin layer of frost, beautiful in its crystalline patterns, but deeply wrong in this controlled environment. More disturbing were the water puddles on the floor, perfectly circular, unnaturally still despite the ship's constant motion. "The pools," Foster whispered, her breath visible even inside her suit. "They're not right." As if in response to her voice, the nearest puddle trembled slightly. Then, with deliberate slowness, it began to flow upward, defying gravity to form a vertical column of water. "Don't move," I breathed, raising a hand to halt my companions. The water column shaped itself, stretching and molding until it formed a crude approximation of a human torso and head. It had no features, just a smooth, reflective surface where a face should be. For several seconds, it remained motionless, as if observing us. Slowly, I raised my hand in a gesture of greeting. "We mean you no harm," I said clearly. "We want to understand." The watery figure tilted what passed for its head, an eerily human gesture of curiosity. Then, without warning, it collapsed back into a puddle and shot across the floor toward Saleh with frightening speed. "Move!" I shouted. But Saleh stood frozen in terror as the water surged up his legs, encasing them in rapidly forming ice. He screamed, the sound chilling in its raw fear, as frost crawled up his hazard suit with unnatural speed. Foster fired her weapon, the bullets passing harmlessly through the water and pinging off the metal flooring. I grabbed Saleh's arm, trying to pull him away, but he was already anchored to the floor by the ice forming around his legs. "Help me," he pleaded, eyes wide with panic behind his faceplate. The ice continued its relentless climb, reaching his waist, then his chest. The cold, so intense it was cracking the protective material of his hazard suit. Foster and I pulled desperately, but it was like trying to move someone encased in concrete. "Go," Saleh gasped as the ice reached his neck. "Tell them. It's learning." Those were his last words before the ice covered his face. In horrified fascination, I watched as his expression remained frozen in a rictus of terror, visible through the translucent layer of ice that had completely encased him. "We have to go," Foster urged, tugging at my arm. "Now." We retreated through the door, securing it behind us with shaking hands. Foster immediately reported the situation to the bridge while I stood in numb shock. The image of Saleh's frozen form burned into my mind. "It's intelligent," I said when Foster finished her communication. "It responded to us before it attacked. It studied us." "Studied us?" "It killed Saleh." Foster's voice cracked with emotion. "What the hell are we dealing with, Reeves?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But I think it's adapting, learning about us, about our environment. Well, it knows our hazard suits don't protect against it. We need to warn the other teams." Before we could establish communication, the ship's lights flickered, then failed completely. Emergency lighting activated seconds later, bathing the corridor in dim red glow. The intercom crackled to life with Captain Larson's voice. "Attention all personnel. We are experiencing system-wide electrical fluctuations. All inspection teams return to the bridge immediately. Engineering crew, report to auxiliary power control." "That can't be a coincidence," Foster said grimly. "No," I agreed. "It's in the electrical systems now, too." As we made our way carefully through the shadowed corridors, I noticed the temperature dropping steadily. Our breath fogged before us despite the hazard suit's environmental controls. Ice crystals formed on exposed metal surfaces, spreading like living things. "It's everywhere," Foster whispered. "In the walls, the floors." When we reached the bridge, we found organized chaos. Captain Larson and First Officer Chen worked frantically at control stations, while Communications Officer Rodriguez attempted to establish contact with the other inspection teams. "Cargo hold team reports similar phenomena," Rodriguez announced as we entered. "Humanoid figures formed from water, extreme temperature drops. They're retreating to—" She broke off, pressing her headset closer. "I've lost contact." "Forward crew corridor team never reported in," Chen added grimly. "What's our status?" I asked, removing my hazard suit helmet. "Critical," Larson replied without looking up from his console. "We've lost control of most ship systems. Navigation, propulsion, life support, all compromised." We're running on auxiliary power, but it's being drained faster than it can be generated. It's in the electrical systems, I confirmed. We saw it adapting, changing its approach. Captain, it's learning about us, about the ship. And it's spreading. Quarantine procedures have failed, Chen stated flatly. We need to consider emergency protocols. Everyone on the bridge knew what that meant. Scuttling the ship to prevent whatever this was from reaching populated areas. A last resort that would mean our own deaths. Not yet, Larson decided. Reeves, what did you mean when you said it's learning? I described what we'd witnessed in the water purification room. The deliberate formation of a humanoid shape. Its apparent observation of us before the attack. It's like it's experimenting, I concluded. First ice, then liquid water, now electrical systems. It's finding ways to move through the ship to interact with us. To kill us, Foster amended darkly. Dr. Novak's voice came over the intercom, her tone urgent. Captain, you need to see this. Kapoor's condition has changed. On our way, Larson replied. Chen, you have the bridge. Monitor all systems and prepare emergency evacuation procedures just in case. Larson, Foster, and I hurried to the medical bay, the corridors noticeably colder with each passing minute. Ice formed in delicate patterns along the walls, beautiful and terrifying in its implication. The medical bay was in disarray when we arrived, equipment overturned and supplies scattered. Dr. Novak stood before a sealed containment unit, her face pale with shock. Where's Kapoor? Larson demanded. Novak pointed wordlessly at the containment unit. Through its transparent sides, I could see what had once been our chief engineer. His body was grotesquely transformed, skin translucent with a blue-white hue, limbs elongated and jointed at unnatural angles. Most disturbing were his eyes, now entirely black like pools of ink. What happened? I whispered. The frostbite spread throughout his body, Novak explained, her voice clinical despite the horror evident in her expression. I sedated him and continued treatment, but the tissue transformation accelerated. Then his vital signs flatlined. I was preparing to record time of death when he opened his eyes. As if responding to her words, Kapoor's head turned toward us. His face, no longer recognizably human, pressed against the containment glass, lips parting to reveal teeth that had sharpened to translucent points. Is he conscious? Larson asked. In some form, yes, but brain activity is unlike anything I've ever recorded. It's not Kapoor anymore, Captain. The cellular structure has been completely replaced by something else. The transformed Kapoor placed a hand against the glass, the fingers too long, too jointed, like the appendages of an insect rather than a human. With deliberate slowness, he began to tap against the surface. Rhythmic patterned Morse code, Foster recognized. He's using Morse code. I listened carefully, translating in my head. Cold, hungry. It's communicating, I said, using Kapoor's knowledge. What does it want? Larson directed the question at the transformed engineer. The tapping resumed. Need hosts. Colding. It's dying? I repeated, confused. Because it's cold? Need. Cold. T.O. Livend. Hosts. To. Shred. It needs cold to survive, I translated for the others, but it needs hosts, us, to spread. A parasite, Novak realized. It's a parasite that requires extreme cold, but it needs living hosts to reproduce. That doesn't make sense, Foster objected. Biological processes slow or stop in extreme cold. How can it be active, let alone reproductive? It's not like anything we've encountered before, I reminded her. Maybe its biology operates under different principles, or maybe... A disturbing thought occurred to me. Maybe it's not biological at all. Kapoor, or the thing using Kapoor's body, tapped. Again, more urgently. Different, not like you. It's saying it's different, not like us, I conveyed. A cold dread settling in my stomach that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature around us. What are you? Larson asked directly. The tapping paused, as if the entity were considering. The question. Traveler. Lost. Cold. World. A traveler? From where? I asked. scientific curiosity momentarily overriding my fear. Stars. Far. Cold. Void. We exchanged glances, the implication too fantastic to immediately accept, yet impossible to dismiss given what we were witnessing. "It's claiming to be extraterrestrial," Novak whispered. "Or it's manipulating us," Foster countered, using Kapoor's knowledge to create a story we might sympathize with. The transformed Kapoor suddenly slammed both hands against the containment glass, startling us backward. The impact left frost patterns radiating outward from his palms. The temperature in the medical bay plummeted further, our breath clouding thickly before us. NEEDMOREHOSTSDYINGHERETOOWARM. "Captain," Novak said urgently, "the containment unit isn't designed for these temperature extremes. The seals won't hold if it drops much further." "Can we increase the cooling," I suggested, "if it needs cold, and help it survive?" Foster objected. "Are you insane?" "If it's dying because of our environment, maybe we can negotiate," I reasoned. "Find a solution that doesn't involve it killing more of the crew." Larson considered this for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "Doctor, can you increase cooling to the containment unit without risking breach?" "Possibly," Novak replied hesitantly. "The medical cryo-storage has portable cooling units. We could modify one to—" She was interrupted by a ship-wide alarm, followed by Chen's voice over the intercom. "Captain, to the bridge immediately. We have multiple breaches in the forward crew quarters." "Stay here," Larson ordered. "Continue communication, but do not, under any circumstances, release it from containment. Foster, with me." As they hurried away, I turned back to the transformed Kapoor, who watched with those disturbing black eyes. Its body seemed to be changing even as we observed, becoming less recognizably human with each passing minute. "I'll get the cooling unit," Novak said, moving toward the storage area. Left alone with the entity, I approached the containment glass cautiously. "Why our ship?" I asked. "How did you get into the container?" The tapping resumed. "ACCIDENT. CRASHOCEAN FOUND BYHUMANS. You crashed in the ocean," I pieced together. "And humans found you. The research center. They discovered you and were experimenting. YESTOOKPARTOFMESTUDYCUTDIVIDEA. Chilling realization formed. "They divided you. The thing we found in the container, it wasn't your whole form. It was just a piece of you. YESWEREMANYANDONE. Like a colony organism," I murmured, scientific fascination momentarily eclipsing fear. "Each part can function independently, but you're still a single entity." Novak returned with the portable cooling unit, her expression grim. "The ship's situation is deteriorating," she reported as she worked to connect the unit to the containment system. "Temperature drops throughout all decks, multiple crew members reporting suspicious ice formations, and there have been attacks." "How many casualties?" I asked, dreading the answer. 3 confirmed dead, 6 missing." She finished the connections and activated the unit. The temperature within the containment chamber immediately began to drop, frost spreading rapidly across its interior surfaces. "But Thomas, that's not the worst of it." "What is?" "The bodies of the dead. They're changing, just like Kapoor." She glanced at the transformed engineer who appeared to be watching our conversation with unnerving intensity. "And the ice. It's not just forming randomly. It's creating patterns throughout the ship, like circuitry." The containment unit's temperature display showed 60 degrees signs and dropping rapidly. Within, the entity that had been Kapoor seemed more animated, its movements more fluid despite the extreme cold. "BETTER," it tapped. "STRONGERNOW. "What are you doing to our ship?" I demanded. "To our crew? ADAPTING TRANSFORMING BECOMING. Becoming what?" SUITABLE. FORUSALL. The implications sent ice through my veins that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. You're transforming the entire ship, making it habitable for your kind. The entity's face twisted into what might have been a smile on a human, but on its transformed features looked predatory and alien. YESNEWHOME. The medical bay doors slid open, and Captain Larson rushed in, his face drawn with exhaustion and stress. "We're losing the ship," he reported without preamble. "The ice formations have compromised structural integrity in multiple sections. We have crew transforming just like Kapoor. They're hunting the others." "It's converting the ship," I explained, "adapting it to its needs. Captain, it's an alien life form. It crashed in Earth's ocean, was discovered by the research center, and they were experimenting on it. They divided it. The piece in the container was just a fragment of the whole organism." Larson absorbed this information with remarkable composure. "Can we communicate with it? Negotiate?" "We are communicating," I indicated the containment unit, "but I'm not sure negotiation is possible. It needs our environment to be drastically colder than humans can survive, and it's using our crew as hosts to reproduce, spread, transform. We've received no response to our distress signals," Larson said grimly. "Even if we did, no rescue ship would reach us for days. I've ordered all remaining crew to the lifeboats, but with the ice spreading through the hull, I'm not sure they'll launch successfully." "What about emergency protocols?" Novak asked quietly. Larson's expression hardened. "I've initiated the scuttling sequence. The ship will self-destruct in 40 minutes, enough time to attempt lifeboat evacuation for whoever can reach them. The Southern Star cannot be allowed to reach port with this contamination aboard." A crash from the containment unit drew our attention. The entity had begun slamming itself against the glass, each impact spreading frost patterns that were clearly compromising the structural integrity of the barrier. "It knows," I realized. "It understands what we're planning. NODEATHNOTAGAIN The glass cracked on the next impact, small fissures radiating outward from the point of contact. "We need to evacuate now," Larson ordered. "To the lifeboats. This section will be sealed off remotely once we're clear." As we turned to leave, the temperature in the medical bay plunged dramatically. My skin burned with the sudden cold, and I watched in horror as frost formed on my exposed hands with unnatural speed. The overhead lights flickered, then failed, leaving only the red emergency lighting to illuminate the scene. The containment glass shattered with a sound like breaking ice, and the entity that had been Engineer Kapoor stepped through the fragments. It moved with disturbing fluidity, its transformed body no longer even attempting to mimic human locomotion. Ice formed with each step it took across the floor, spreading outward in crystalline patterns. "Run!" Larson shouted, pushing Novak ahead of him toward the door. I tried to follow, but my feet slipped on the rapidly icing floor. I fell hard, the impact knocking the breath from my lungs. As I struggled to rise, I felt a sharp cold grip my ankle. Looking down, I saw a tendril of ice extending from the floor, wrapping around my leg with deliberate purpose. "Thomas!" Novak screamed from the doorway, starting back toward me. "Go!" I shouted, trying to kick free of the icy restraint. "Get to the lifeboats." Larson pulled her through the door as more ice tendrils emerged from the floor, wrapping around my legs. The entity approached with that inhuman grace, its black eyes fixed on me with terrible purpose. In desperation, I grabbed a metal tray from a nearby workstation and swung it at the advancing figure. It connected with a sound like striking brittle glass, and to my shock, the entity's arm shattered, breaking into crystalline fragments that scattered across the floor. The creature paused, looking at its shattered limb with what seemed like surprise. Before my eyes, the ice fragments began to move, flowing back together, reforming the arm in a process that defied all biological understanding. My momentary advantage lost, I found myself immobilized as the ice spread rapidly up my body, encasing my legs and torso in seconds. The cold was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Not just physical temperature, but something deeper, as if the cold were reaching into my cells, my DNA, my very being. The entity loomed over me. It's transformed, face only vaguely reminiscent of Kapoor now. It reached out with those two long fingers, pressing them against my forehead. The cold burned like fire, searing into my skull, and with it came awareness. Not words, not thoughts as humans understand them, but pure information flooding directly into my consciousness. I saw, felt, knew its history, a being from a world of perpetual ice, where life evolved in ways utterly alien to Earth's warm biosphere. I understood its journey across the void between stars, not in a ship as we would conceive it, but in a state of dormancy, drifting through the absolute cold of space for what might have been centuries or millennia. Its impact in Earth's ocean, where the relative warmth was immediately hostile. Its discovery by human researchers who recognized something alien, but couldn't comprehend its true nature. The pain of being divided, studied, contained, experiences that to this colony organism were akin to torture. And beneath it all, the overwhelming imperative: survive, adapt, transform, spread. The entity withdrew its hand, and the flood of alien consciousness receded, leaving me gasping in its wake. The ice had reached my neck now, my body nearly completely encased. "Please," I managed through chattering teeth. The crew, innocent people. The entity tilted its head in that unnervingly human gesture. Then, using Kapoor's vocal cords in a way that produced sounds no human throat should make, it spoke, a rasping, broken approximation of speech. All becomes one. No more separation. The medical bay door slid open, and Security Officer Harrison appeared, weapon raised. He fired without hesitation, the bullets tearing through the entity's crystalline form, shattering it into fragments once again. "Reeves!" Harrison rushed forward, using the butt of his weapon to break away the ice encasing me. "Can you move?" The entity was already reforming, the scattered fragments flowing together with purposeful determination. "Go!" I urged, finding my legs partly freed. It can't be killed that way. Harrison helped me to my feet, and together we staggered toward the door. Behind us, the reformed entity watched, but didn't immediately pursue, a hesitation I couldn't explain but was grateful for. In the corridor, Harrison supported my weight, as we moved as quickly as my half-frozen limbs would allow. "The captain ordered complete evacuation," he explained breathlessly. "The ship's going down in 30 minutes. Most lifeboats are already launched." "How many made it?" I asked, dreading the answer. "Maybe half the crew. The rest..." He didn't need to finish. I'd seen what happened to Kapoor, to Saleh. The ship groaned around us, metal stress sounds amplified by the spreading ice. Through viewport windows, I could see the exterior of the ship coated in crystalline formations that caught the moonlight in beautiful and terrible patterns. "It's transforming the entire vessel," I said, "making it suitable for its survival." "The charges will destroy it," Harrison assured me. "Nothing will survive the explosion, not even this ice demon." We reached the final lifeboat station to find Captain Larson, Dr. Novak, and 3 other crew members waiting. Their faces showed relief as we appeared. "Thomas." Novak rushed forward, helping Harrison get me into the lifeboat. "I thought you were lost." "Nearly," I admitted, collapsing onto a seat as Harrison sealed the hatch behind us. "It communicated with me, directly into my mind." "What did it want?" Larson asked, initiating the lifeboat launch sequence. "To survive, to transform. It's been alone, adrift in space for I don't know how long. It crashed on Earth, was found by researchers who didn't understand what they'd discovered. They divided it, studied it." I shivered, the cold seeming to radiate from within my bones. "Captain, it's not evil. Not really. It's just incompatible with our biology, our environment. It's trying to create conditions it can survive in." "By killing my crew," Larson said flatly. "To it, we're not individuals as it understands the concept. It's a colony organism. All parts are the whole. It thinks it's incorporating us. making us part of itself. The lifeboat shuddered as the launch mechanism engaged. Through the small viewport, I could see the southern star falling away beneath us, its form now barely recognizable beneath layers of crystalline ice that glowed with an eerie blue-white luminescence. "Will the charges destroy it?" Novak asked, quietly. I remembered the alien awareness that had briefly merged with my own, its resilience, its determination to survive after crossing the void between stars. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we need to make sure no one approaches the wreckage. Whatever happens, that site needs to be quarantined indefinitely." The lifeboat rocked as we established a safe distance from the ship. On the small control console, a digital countdown showed 12 minutes until detonation. "I've activated our emergency beacon," Larson reported. "With luck, a vessel will pick it up within days." The thought of days adrift in the South Atlantic would normally have been terrifying, but after what we'd witnessed aboard the Southern Star, it seemed almost peaceful by comparison. "I'm checking everyone for signs of contamination," Novak announced, retrieving a medical scanner from the lifeboat's emergency kit. If any of us were exposed, she didn't need to finish the thought. We all understood the implications. If even a fragment of the entity had attached to one of us had begun the transformation process, the lifeboat could become just another vector for its spread. "Start with me," I said quietly. It touched me. I felt something. A connection. Novak's scanner hummed as she passed it over my body, her expression growing increasingly concerned. "Your core temperature is 5 degrees below normal," she reported. "And there are anomalies in your bloodstream, microscopic crystalline structures." A cold dread that had nothing to do with physical temperature settled in my stomach. "What does that mean?" "I don't know," she admitted. "This isn't like Kapoor's condition. The spread is much slower, more controlled." "Quarantine protocol," Larson decided immediately. "We need to isolate." He was interrupted by a blinding flash from the direction of the Southern Star. The shockwave hit moments later, rocking our small craft violently. The self-destruct charges had detonated early, tearing the ship apart in a spectacular explosion that momentarily turned night to day. We watched in silence as burning debris scattered across the ocean surface. Of the ice formations that had encased the ship, there was no sign, either vaporized in the explosion or sunk beneath the waves with the majority of the vessel. "Is it over?" Harrison asked, voicing what we were all thinking. Before anyone could respond, I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my chest. I gasped, doubling over as the sensation spread outward like ice crystals forming in my veins. "Thomas?" Novak was at my side instantly, her scanner whirring. "His temperature is dropping rapidly. The crystalline structures in his bloodstream are multiplying." The pain receded as quickly as it had come, leaving a strange numbness in its wake. I straightened, suddenly aware of changes in my perception. The lifeboat felt uncomfortably warm, the motion of the sea beneath us exaggerated, the breathing of my companions loud in my ears. "It's still alive," I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "I can feel it, like an echo in my mind." Harrison raised his weapon instinctively, though his expression showed reluctance. "Are you saying it's in you, controlling you?" "No," I shook my head. "Not controlling, just present, a fragment, a seed." I struggled to find words for the alien awareness tickling at the edges of my consciousness. "It survived the explosion, just as I feared. Parts of it are still in the ocean below us." Larson's face was grim in the emergency lighting. "And inside you?" "Yes. But it's different from what happened to Kapoor and the others. It's not transforming me, not completely. It's more like it's observing, learning." "That doesn't make sense," Harrison objected. "Why would it treat you differently?" I remembered the moment of connection in the medical bay, the flood of alien consciousness into my mind. Because I understood it, I realized. Even if just for a moment I comprehended what it was, accepted its nature without fear or revulsion. That's significant to it. "So what happens now?" Novak asked, her scanner still indicating the anomalous structures in my bloodstream. "Are you in danger?" "I don't think so," I said, though I couldn't have explained the certainty I felt. "It's dormant, for now contained, I think it's waiting." "For what?" Larson demanded. "To see what we do next. To learn more about us." I looked around at their wary expressions. I know how this sounds, but I'm still me. I'm not compromised. "We can't take that risk," Harrison said gently, though his weapon remained ready. "If there's any chance you could become like Kapoor, like the others." "He's right," Larson agreed reluctantly. "We need to establish quarantine protocols until we're rescued, and proper containment can be implemented." I didn't argue as they secured me to my seat with restraints from the emergency kit. Their caution was reasonable, even necessary. But deep inside, in places I couldn't fully articulate, I knew that my situation was fundamentally different from what had happened to the others. The entity within me wasn't trying to transform me. Not yet, at least. It was observing, adapting in a more subtle way, learning humanity through my eyes, my thoughts, my biology. For now, we existed in an uneasy symbiosis, neither fully in control but neither fully subjugated. As the lifeboat drifted beneath the stars, I found myself wondering which of us was the true prisoner. 5 days after the destruction of the Southern Star, our lifeboat was spotted by a Norwegian research vessel studying ocean currents in the South Atlantic. By then, our supplies were running dangerously low, and the tension within our small craft had reached nearly unbearable levels. I remained secured to my seat for the duration, the restraints loosened only for brief periods under Harrison's watchful eye. Dr. Novak monitored my condition hourly, documenting the slow but steady spread of crystalline structures throughout my bloodstream. The unusual cold emanating from my body had become pronounced enough that the others could feel it from several feet away, like standing near an open freezer. Yet apart from these physical anomalies, I showed none of the aggressive, transformative symptoms that had afflicted Kapoor and the others. My mind remained clear, my appearance unchanged, outwardly human in every detectable way. The entity within me remained quiescent, a presence I sensed rather than heard or saw. Occasionally I would feel brief pulses of something, not quite emotion, not quite thought, but a kind of alien awareness touching the edges of my consciousness. Curious, analytical, waiting. The Norwegian vessel, the Framtid, took us aboard with appropriate medical caution. Captain Larson had radioed ahead with a sanitized version of events: a fire in the engine room, catastrophic system failures, emergency evacuation. He made no mention of the true nature of what had occurred, nor of my condition. That information, we had agreed, would be shared only with appropriate authorities once we reached land. I was immediately placed in isolation in the ship's small medical facility, while the others were given proper quarters and medical attention. Through the sealed observation window, I watched Dr. Novak conferring with the ship's physician, her gestures animated as she attempted to explain my condition without revealing its origin. Later, she entered my isolation room wearing a hazardous material suit, though we both knew such precautions were likely futile if the entity decided to spread. "How are you feeling?" she asked, her voice slightly muffled by the suit's breathing apparatus. "The same," I replied, sitting up on the examination bed. "Physically normal except for the cold. No pain, no loss of function." "How did the others react to their new accommodations?" "They're resting." Harrison insisted on taking a guard position outside your door. A small smile crossed her face. "He's loyal, even when terrified." "And Captain Larson?" "In communication with authorities. He's struggling with how much to reveal. The official investigation will begin as soon as we reach Cape Town, 3 days from now." She hesitated. "Thomas, the Framtid's doctor, wants to run tests. Blood work, tissue samples. I've delayed as much as possible, claiming your condition is too unstable, but I can't stall forever." "What would those tests reveal?" I asked, though I suspected I knew the answer. The crystalline structures in your bloodstream aren't like anything in medical literature. One look under a microscope and they'll know we're dealing with something unprecedented. I nodded slowly. And then what? Quarantine? Military intervention? I become a research subject like the original entity at the Hernandez Center? I don't know, she admitted. But I'm worried. Not just about you, but about what happens if this spreads. I considered this for a long moment. The entity within me had shown no signs of attempting to propagate, but its ultimate intentions remained obscure, alien. Could you get me a secure terminal? I need to document everything I can remember about the entity. Its biology, its behavior, what I experienced during our connection. Information might be our best defense if things deteriorate. Novak hesitated, then nodded. I'll see what I can do, but Thomas... Her expression grew troubled behind the faceplate of her suit. Are you certain you're still... you? Completely? It was the question that had haunted me since the lifeboat. I think so, I answered honestly. I feel like myself. My memories, my personality, my moral framework, all seem intact. But there's something else there too. Watching. Learning. I met her gaze directly. I don't think its goal is to eradicate me, Sandra. I think it's trying to coexist, to understand. That's assuming it thinks anything like us, she countered. Its behavior on the ship was survival reaction in an environment hostile to its existence, I finished. It needed extreme cold, it needed hosts. It did what it evolved to do. I shook my head. I'm not justifying what happened to the crew, but I don't think it was malice so much as incompatible biologies. And now? What is it trying to do inside you? I considered this question carefully. Adapt, I said finally. It's learning to exist within human physiology without overwhelming it, finding balance. Novak appeared skeptical but nodded. I'll get you that terminal. And Thomas, be careful. Whatever's happening inside you, don't assume you understand its intentions. We still don't know what we're dealing with. After she left, I lay back on the examination bed, staring at the ceiling. The soft hum of the ship's system surrounded me, so different from the creaking, ice-laden corridors of the Southern Star in its final hours. What do you want? I directed the thought inward, toward the alien presence I could sense but not quite touch. No response came in words or images, but I felt something stir within my consciousness. A shift, an acknowledgement. It was aware of my attempt at communication, even if true dialogue remained beyond our grasp. The next 3 days passed in a strange limbo of isolation and constant monitoring. True to her word, Novak provided a secure terminal, and I spent hours documenting everything I could recall about the entity, its manifestations, behaviors, the fragmentary insights I'd gleaned during our momentary connection. Fascinating patterns emerged in my analysis. The entity had shown clear evidence of learning, adaptation, and increasingly sophisticated strategies throughout its time aboard the Southern Star. Its initial aggressive transformations of Kapoor and others seemed to give way to more nuanced approaches as it gained understanding of human biology and psychology. And what it was doing with me appeared to be something entirely different, controlled symbiosis rather than a complete takeover. The crystalline structures in my bloodstream had stabilized at a certain concentration, neither advancing nor receding, maintaining a delicate balance with my natural physiology. On the morning, we were scheduled to dock in Cape Town. Captain Larson visited my isolation room, speaking through the intercom rather than entering. We'll be arriving in 3 hours, he informed me, his face grave on the small monitor beside the observation window. I've been in communication with maritime authorities and port security. A medical quarantine team will meet us at a secure dock facility. How much have you told them? I asked. Enough to ensure proper containment protocols, not enough to cause panic. His expression softened slightly. Reeves, Thomas, I want you to know that whatever happens next, I'll do everything in my power to ensure you're treated humanely. I appreciate that, Captain. I managed a small smile. For what it's worth, I don't believe I pose an immediate threat. The entity seems contained for now. Perhaps, he acknowledged, but we can't take chances. Not after what we witnessed on the Southern Star. As he turned to leave, I was struck by a sudden urgency. Captain, one more thing. The container M42, you said the company denied knowledge of anything unusual. That's right. According to them, it contained only what was listed on the manifest. We need to investigate them further. The Hernandez Research Center, if they found the entity, studied it. There may be more fragments out there, more potential contaminations. Larson's expression darkened. I've included that concern in my confidential report to authorities. But truthfully, Reeves, I don't know if anyone will believe the full story without proof. I'm the proof, I said quietly. Whatever's happening inside me is evidence of something beyond current scientific understanding. After Larson left, I returned to the terminal, completing my documentation with a growing sense of urgency. There were patterns to the entity's behavior, logical progressions that only became apparent when viewed holistically. Its initial manifestations as ice and water, then its movements through the ship's electrical systems, its gradual learning and adaptation, all pointed to something far more complex than a simple parasite or predator. I was making final notes when a strange sensation washed over me, a sudden awareness of danger that felt foreign yet unmistakable. The entity within me had awakened, stirred from its observer status to active alertness. What is it? I murmured aloud, scanning the isolation room for any change, any threat. The sensation intensified, a pressure behind my eyes, a coldness flooding my veins that was different from the physical chill I'd grown accustomed to. With it came fragmented impressions, movement, purpose, threat. And now? What is it trying to do inside you? I considered this question carefully. Adapt, I said finally. It's learning to exist within human physiology without overwhelming it, finding balance. Novak appeared skeptical but nodded. I'll get you that terminal. And Thomas, be careful. Whatever's happening inside you, don't assume you understand its intentions. We still don't know what we're dealing with. After she left, I lay back on the examination bed, staring at the ceiling. The soft hum of the ship's system surrounded me, so different from the creaking, ice-laden corridors of the Southern Star in its final hours. What do you want? I directed the thought inward, toward the alien presence I could sense but not quite touch. No response came in words or images, but I felt something stir within my consciousness. A shift, an acknowledgement. It was aware of my attempt at communication, even if true dialogue remained beyond our grasp. The next 3 days passed in a strange limbo of isolation and constant monitoring. True to her word, Novak provided a secure terminal, and I spent hours documenting everything I could recall about the entity, its manifestations, behaviors, the fragmentary insights I'd gleaned during our momentary connection. Fascinating patterns emerged in my analysis. The entity had shown clear evidence of learning, adaptation, and increasingly sophisticated strategies throughout its time aboard the Southern Star. Its initial aggressive transformations of Kapoor and others seemed to give way to more nuanced approaches as it gained understanding of human biology and psychology. And what it was doing with me appeared to be something entirely different, controlled symbiosis rather than a complete takeover. The crystalline structures in my bloodstream had stabilized at a certain concentration, neither advancing nor receding, maintaining a delicate balance with my natural physiology. On the morning, we were scheduled to dock in Cape Town. Captain Larson visited my isolation room, speaking through the intercom rather than entering. We'll be arriving in 3 hours, he informed me, his face grave on the small monitor beside the observation window. I've been in communication with maritime authorities and port security. A medical quarantine team will meet us at a secure dock facility. How much have you told them? I asked. Enough to ensure proper containment protocols, not enough to cause panic. His expression softened slightly. Reeves, Thomas, I want you to know that whatever happens next, I'll do everything in my power to ensure you're treated humanely. I appreciate that, Captain. I managed a small smile. For what it's worth, I don't believe I pose an immediate threat. The entity seems contained for now. Perhaps, he acknowledged, but we can't take chances. Not after what we witnessed on the Southern Star. As he turned to leave, I was struck by a sudden urgency. Captain, one more thing. The container M42, you said the company denied knowledge of anything unusual. That's right. According to them, it contained only what was listed on the manifest. We need to investigate them further. The Hernandez Research Center. If they found the entity, studied it, there may be more fragments out there, more potential contaminations. Larson's expression darkened. I've included that concern in my confidential report to authorities. But truthfully, Reeves, I don't know if anyone will believe the full story without proof. I'm the proof, I said quietly. Whatever's happening inside me is evidence of something beyond current scientific understanding. After Larson left, I returned to the terminal, completing my documentation with a growing sense of urgency. There were patterns to the entity's behavior, logical progressions that only became apparent when viewed holistically. Its initial manifestations as ice and water, then its movements through the ship's electrical systems, its gradual learning and adaptation, all pointed to something far more complex than a simple parasite or predator. I was making final notes when a strange sensation washed over me, a sudden awareness of danger that felt foreign yet unmistakable. The entity within me had awakened, stirred from its observer status to active alertness. What is it? I murmured aloud, scanning the isolation room for any change, any threat. The sensation intensified, a pressure behind my eyes, a coldness flooding my veins that was different from the physical chill I'd grown accustomed to. With it came fragmented impressions, movement, purpose, threat. And now? What is it trying to do inside you? I considered this question carefully. Adapt, I said finally. It's learning to exist within human physiology without overwhelming it, finding balance. Novak appeared skeptical but nodded. I'll get you that terminal. And Thomas, be careful. Whatever's happening inside you, don't assume you understand its intentions. We still don't know what we're dealing with. After she left, I lay back on the examination bed, staring at the ceiling. The soft hum of the ship's system surrounded me, so different from the creaking, ice-laden corridors of the Southern Star in its final hours. What do you want? I directed the thought inward, toward the alien presence I could sense but not quite touch. No response came in words or images, but I felt something stir within my consciousness. A shift, an acknowledgement. It was aware of my attempt at communication, even if true dialogue remained beyond our grasp. The next 3 days passed in a strange limbo of isolation and constant monitoring. True to her word, Novak provided a secure terminal, and I spent hours documenting everything I could recall about the entity, its manifestations, behaviors, the fragmentary insights I'd gleaned during our momentary connection. Fascinating patterns emerged in my analysis. The entity had shown clear evidence of learning, adaptation, and increasingly sophisticated strategies throughout its time aboard the Southern Star. Its initial aggressive transformations of Kapoor and others seemed to give way to more nuanced approaches as it gained understanding of human biology and psychology. And what it was doing with me appeared to be something entirely different, controlled symbiosis rather than a complete takeover. The crystalline structures in my bloodstream had stabilized at a certain concentration, neither advancing nor receding, maintaining a delicate balance with my natural physiology. On the morning, we were scheduled to dock in Cape Town. Captain Larson visited my isolation room, speaking through the intercom rather than entering. We'll be arriving in 3 hours, he informed me, his face grave on the small monitor beside the observation window. I've been in communication with maritime authorities and port security. A medical quarantine team will meet us at a secure dock facility. How much have you told them? I asked. Enough to ensure proper containment protocols, not enough to cause panic. His expression softened slightly. Reeves, Thomas, I want you to know that whatever happens next, I'll do everything in my power to ensure you're treated humanely. Appreciate that, Captain. I managed a small smile. For what it's worth, I don't believe I pose an immediate threat. The entity seems contained for now. Perhaps, he acknowledged, but we can't take chances. Not after what we witnessed on the Southern Star. As he turned to leave, I was struck by a sudden urgency. Captain, one more thing. The container M42, you said the company denied knowledge of anything unusual. That's right. According to them, it contained only what was listed on the manifest. We need to investigate them further. The Hernandez Research Center, if they found the entity, studied it, there may be more fragments out there, more potential contaminations. Larson's expression darkened. I've included that concern in my confidential report to authorities. But truthfully, Reeves, I don't know if anyone will believe the full story without proof. I'm the proof, I said quietly. Whatever's happening inside me is evidence of something beyond current scientific understanding. After Larson left, I returned to the terminal, completing my documentation with a growing sense of urgency. There were patterns to the entity's behavior, logical progressions that only became apparent when viewed holistically. Its initial manifestations as ice and water, then its movements through the ship's electrical systems, its gradual learning and adaptation, all pointed to something far more complex than a simple parasite or predator. I was making final notes when a strange sensation washed over me, a sudden awareness of danger that felt foreign yet unmistakable. The entity within me had awakened, stirred from its observer status to active alertness. What is it? I murmured aloud, scanning the isolation room for any change, any threat. The sensation intensified, a pressure behind my eyes, a coldness flooding my veins that was different from the physical chill I'd grown accustomed to. With it came fragmented impressions, movement, purpose, threat. The isolation room door slid open and Harrison entered, not in protective gear as protocol required, but in standard uniform, his expression grimly determined. Thomas, he acknowledged, closing the door behind him. James. I stood slowly, sensing something fundamentally wrong in his presence, his demeanor. You're not supposed to be in here without protection. No need for pretense, he said, his voice oddly flat. We both know protective gear wouldn't make a difference. The entity's alertness within me spiked, a warning that resonated through my entire being. I studied Harrison more carefully. His posture too stiff, his complexion subtly wrong, a faint bluish tint to his skin that might be dismissed as a trick of the harsh medical lighting. You're not Harrison, I realized aloud. Not anymore. A smile crossed his face that never reached his eyes that I now noticed were darkening around the edges, the whites gradually being consumed by spreading blackness. Parts of him remain, the thing wearing Harrison's form replied. Useful parts, knowledge, skills. He tilted his head in that now familiar gesture that seemed universal to the entity regardless of which host it occupied. Just as parts of you remain while you transform. I'm not transforming, I countered. Not like Kapoor, not like you. Different methods, same outcome. We adapt to each host uniquely. You, it studied me with those increasingly inhuman eyes. You understood us, accepted us, so we approach differently. Slower, more collaborative. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the physical cold. How did you survive? The ship exploded. We are many in one, parts scattered, survived. Found new hosts among those, who searched the wreckage. Harrison's face twisted into an approximation of amusement. Humans so eager to help survivors, to touch, to save. The Norwegian crew, I whispered in horror. How many? Enough. This vessel serves our purpose now. Which is what? To reach land, to spread, to transform. This world is hostile to our natural form, but through hosts we can adapt it, make it suitable. The true scope of the threat suddenly crystallized in my mind. If the entity reached populated areas, its ability to transform humans into carriers could spread exponentially. The Southern Star had been isolated, contained by ocean. A major port city offered no such limitations. I can't let that happen, I said, calculating distances to the door, to the communication panel, to anything that might serve as a weapon. Harrison, or the thing using his form, seemed amused by my defiance. You are already part of us. The transformation progresses, even if you deny it. Soon you will understand. We'll join willingly. You keep saying that, but I don't feel like I'm losing control. I'm still me. Even as I spoke the words, I wondered if they were true. How would I know if my mind were being subtly altered, my perception shifted? Because your transformation follows a different path, not conquest, symbiosis. It stepped closer and I could feel the cold radiating from Harrison's body, more intense than my own. You are the bridge, Thomas Reeves, the interface between our kinds. Through you, we learn to coexist rather than merely consume. Is that what you want? Coexistence? Something like uncertainty flickered across Harrison's features. Want is complex. Survival is imperative. Adaptation is necessary. Your world is hostile to our natural state. We must change it or change ourselves. The ship's general alarm suddenly blared, a piercing electronic wail that suggested our conversation had not gone unnoticed. They know, Harrison's form observed calmly. Too late. We have reached critical distribution throughout this vessel. The process accelerates. The intercom crackled to life with Captain Larson's voice tense with controlled panic. Security breach and medical isolation. All personnel initiate Emergency Protocol 7. Repeat Emergency Protocol 7. I recognized the code from maritime security training. It signaled a complete lockdown of the vessel, sealing all compartments and preventing docking. Harrison, or what controlled him, seemed unconcerned. Barriers will not stop us. We flow, between, through water, through air, through systems. We adapt. But you need hosts, I countered, an idea forming. Human biology. Without us, you can't survive Earth's environment. Correct. Your thermal regulation systems provide necessary interface. Your neural networks allow for complex adaptation. Then we have a problem. If you transform all humans, consume us completely as you did with Kapoor and the others, you eliminate the very thing keeping you alive on this planet. The entity tilted Harrison's head, considering. Explain. Complete transformation destroys. What makes humans valuable to you? Our adaptability, our complex biology, our technology, all lost when you override our systems completely. Look at Kapoor. He became little more than a vessel, a puppet. But what I'm experiencing, I gestured to myself. This controlled symbiosis preserves what makes humans useful while incorporating your biology into ours. It's sustainable. The other approach isn't. The entity was silent for a long moment, Harrison's face unnaturally still, as it processed this information. Interesting perspective. An equilibrium rather than dominance. Yes. Coexistence instead of consumption. I took a cautious step forward. You said I'm a bridge. Let me be that. A mediator between our species. There must be a solution that allows both to survive without destroying each other. A pounding on the isolation room door interrupted us. Reeves, Dr. Novak's voice called through. Are you all right? Security reports Harrison breached containment. The entity in Harrison's form studied me with those increasingly black eyes. They will not understand. Will fear. Will attempt to destroy. Because you've given them reason to fear with your actions on the Southern Star, I countered. Let me explain to them. Show them that another approach is possible. The door's emergency override engaged with a hydraulic hiss, and Security Officer Foster appeared in the doorway, weapon raised. Her eyes widened at the sight of Harrison, whose transformation was now visibly progressing, skin paling to a blue-white hue, fingers elongating subtly. Step away from him, Foster ordered, her weapon trained on Harrison's chest. Wait. I raised my hands placatingly. Don't shoot. We need to understand what we're dealing with. I understand enough, Foster replied grimly. It's infected Harrison, just like it did Kapoor, and now it's loose on this ship. Harrison's body moved with unsettling speed, crossing the space between us before Foster could react. One elongated hand grasped her weapon, freezing it instantly. The metal cracked and shattered in her grip, fragments falling to the floor like brittle ice. Foster stumbled backward, but Harrison's other hand caught her arm. Frost immediately spread across her sleeve, crystals forming on the fabric. "Stop!" I shouted, lunging forward to break his grip on her. To my surprise, the entity released Foster immediately, turning those black eyes on me with what almost seemed like curiosity. "Interesting," it said through Harrison's mouth. "You still prioritize them over us, despite our presence within you." "That's what coexistence means," I said, positioning myself between Harrison and Foster, who cradled her frost-burned arm, maintaining individual identity while acknowledging the connection. Captain Larson appeared in the doorway, flanked by Dr. Novak and 2 crew members from the Framtid, all wearing hastily donned protective gear. "Everyone out now," he ordered. "The ship is initiating emergency quarantine protocols." Too late. Harrison's voice had taken on a multi-tonal quality, as if multiple voices spoke simultaneously. "We have spread throughout this vessel. Many hosts already transforming." "Captain," I said urgently, "I need you to listen. There may be a way to contain this without more casualties." Larson's eyes darted between me and Harrison, suspicion evident. "You expect me to believe anything either of you say now? Look at him, Reeves. Look at what's happening to him." "I know, but I'm not like him. The entity is approaching me differently. A controlled symbiosis rather than a complete takeover." I struggled to find words that might convince him. "It's learning, Captain. Adapting not just physically but conceptually. I think I've convinced it that coexistence is more sustainable than conquest." Harrison, or the entity controlling him, tilted his head. "The concept has merit. Preservation of host functions while incorporating our adaptations. A new equilibrium." "And we're supposed to trust this?" Foster demanded, still cradling her injured arm. "After what happened on the Star?" "You don't have much choice," I pointed out. "If what Harrison says is true, the entity has already spread throughout this ship. Fighting it directly didn't work before, and it won't work now." "What are you suggesting?" Larson asked, his voice tight with controlled tension. "Let me communicate with it. Fully. Deeply. The way it tried to connect with me on the Star before. We were interrupted. I think I can negotiate terms that will protect humanity while allowing it to survive."
"That's insane," Foster objected. "You're talking about surrendering." "No. I'm talking about finding a third option besides destruction or domination." I turned to Harrison's transformed figure. "Isn't that right? You don't actually want to destroy humanity. You need us."
"Our biology, our adaptability, our knowledge." The entity considered this. "Correct. Complete eradication is inefficient. But resistance necessitates aggressive measures. And if there was no resistance? If we could find a way for both species to benefit?" Before the entity could respond, the ship lurched violently, throwing us all off balance. Emergency klaxons blared throughout the vessel. "What was that?" Novak demanded. Larson activated his communicator. "Bridge, report." The response came through garbled with static. "Captain, ice forming on the hull. Systems failing. Navigation compromised." "It's happening again," Foster said, her face pale. "Just like on the Star." I turned to Harrison's form. "Is this your doing? Are you transforming this ship too?" "Not by our choice," the entity replied. "Self-preservation response. When hosts resist, automatic adaptation of environment. You need to stop it," I urged. "Show them you can control your effects, that coexistence is possible." Harrison's black eyes fixed on me. "We cannot simply stop. The process, once initiated, follows biological imperatives. But..." It paused, head tilting in that characteristic gesture. "Through you, perhaps. The bridge exists for a reason." "What do you mean?" Your physiology contains both, human systems and our adaptations in balance. Through you, we might redirect, modulate. Another violent shudder ran through the ship, and the lights flickered ominously. The temperature in the room had dropped, significantly, our breath visible in clouds before us. Whatever you're going to do, Larson said grimly, do it fast. This ship is dying around us. I stepped closer to Harrison, ignoring Foster's warning cry. What do I need to do? The entity reached out with those two long fingers. Direct contact, full biological interface. Warning, the process is not comfortable. I hesitated only briefly before nodding. Do it. Harrison's transformed hand pressed against my forehead, just as the entity had done through Kapoor's form, on the southern star. The cold burned like fire, searing through my skull and into my consciousness. But this time, instead of merely receiving the alien awareness, I felt emerging, my human understanding blending with the entity's alien perspective in a synthesis that transcended both. Through this connection, I suddenly comprehended the entity on a fundamental level. Not a single organism, as I'd thought, but a collective consciousness composed of billions of microscopic components, each capable of independent function, yet bound in a neural network of staggering complexity. Not alive in the way Earth biology, defined life yet possessing awareness, intelligence, purpose, and I understood its dilemma. A being evolved for environments humans would find impossibly hostile, trying to survive in a world that was toxic to its natural form. Its aggressive transformation of hosts hadn't been malice but desperate adaptation, the biological equivalent of a drowning person gasping for air. More importantly, I could feel the transformative processes spreading throughout the ship. Ice, formations multiplying, systems failing, crew members changing. And through our connection, I realized I could influence these processes, modulate them, direct them. Containment, not conquest. I projected through our link. Coexistence, not consumption. The entity's consciousness, acknowledged, adapted, redirected. Throughout the ship, the ice formations stopped spreading, maintaining their current extent without advancing further. Transformed crew members ceased their aggressive actions, becoming still, waiting. I opened my eyes. Had they been closed? I couldn't remember, to find everyone staring at me with expressions ranging from fear to wonder. Harrison's transformed figure had withdrawn its hand from my forehead, but I could still feel the connection between us, a bridge between fundamentally different forms of life. It's done, I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears, slightly resonant, as if multiple tones spoke simultaneously. The transformation has been halted. The ship is stable for now. What did you do? Novak asked, her scientific curiosity overcoming her fear. We reached an understanding. I struggled to translate the complex exchange into human language. The entity needs cold to survive, but it doesn't need to transform everything or everyone. It can cohabitate, maintain a stable relationship with human hosts without completely overriding them. Like what's happening with you, Larson observed shrewdly. Yes, a symbiosis rather than a parasitic relationship. Mutual benefit instead of consumption. I gestured to Harrison. He was too far gone for reversal, but the others, the crew members, in early stages of transformation, can be stabilized at a level that preserves their humanity while incorporating aspects of the entity. And we're supposed to just accept this? Foster demanded. Live with these things inside us? It's better than the alternative, I said quietly. Complete transformation or death. This way, humans retain their identity, their autonomy, while gaining certain adaptations. What kind of adaptations? Novak asked, her scientific mind clearly intrigued despite the situation. Resistance to extreme environments, enhanced cellular repair, extended lifespan. I listed the benefits I'd glimpsed through our connection. The entity gains sustainable hosts and protection from Earth's hostile environment. Humanity gains evolutionary advantages beyond anything we could achieve through normal means. You're talking about changing what it means to be human, Larson said, his expression troubled. Humanity has always changed, evolved, adapted, I countered. This is just accelerated evolution, guided rather than random. The ship's alarms suddenly silenced, leaving an eerie quiet in their wake. The communicator on Larson's belt crackled to life with the voice of the Framtidum's captain. Larson? What's happening down there? Our sensors show the ice formations have stopped spreading, and several affected crew members have become non-aggressive. Larson looked at me questioningly. I nodded encouragement. We've reached a temporary understanding with the contaminant, Larson replied carefully. The situation is stable for now, but I recommend maintaining quarantine protocols until we can fully assess the implications. The next hours passed, in a strange calm as we worked to explain the situation to the Framtid's crew and assess the status of those partially transformed. Dr. Novak's examinations confirmed what I'd already known through my connection with the entity. 28 crew members showed early stages of transformation, but all had stabilized at a level that preserved their human consciousness and identity while incorporating aspects of the entity's biology. Harrison remained the exception, too far transformed to return to human consciousness, yet seemingly content to serve as a direct conduit for the entity's communication. Through him, we established more formal terms for our uneasy coexistence, boundaries, limitations, expectations on both sides. As we approached Cape Town, the reality of our situation became increasingly clear. We couldn't simply return to human society carrying this alien biology within us. The risk of misunderstanding, of panic, of attempted eradication was too great. Captain Larson, after lengthy discussion with both ship's officers and representatives of the entity through Harrison and myself, made the difficult decision to redirect to a remote research station on the Namibian coast. There, isolated from population centers but with sufficient scientific resources, we could properly study what had happened to us and determine the safest path forward. The entity, through our connection, agreed to this containment, not out of submission but pragmatic recognition that gradual integration would be more successful than forced conquest. For the first time since its arrival on Earth, it had found a sustainable adaptation strategy, one that didn't require the complete transformation of its environment. I stood on the deck of the Framtid as the African coastline appeared on the horizon, the evening sun casting long shadows across the water. Dr. Novak joined me, her expression thoughtful as she observed the crystalline patterns that now decorated my skin in subtle, almost beautiful formations, visible evidence of the symbiosis taking place within me. What happens now? She asked quietly. If what you've told us is true, this changes everything. Biology, medicine, perhaps even our definition of humanity itself. Controlled introduction, I replied, the answer coming partly from my own thoughts and partly from the entity's understanding that now intertwined with mine. Careful study, voluntary integration for those who choose it with full understanding of the implications. And if humanity rejects this symbiosis, I considered this question carefully. The entity within me had no desire for conflict. It had learned that aggressive transformation was ultimately self-defeating in an environment like Earth. Yet it also possessed a powerful drive to survive, to spread, to adapt. I don't know, I admitted. For now, containment is the right approach. We need time, both humans and the entity, to fully understand what we've become together. Novak nodded, then asked the question that had clearly been troubling her. Thomas, are you still you, truly? I smiled, understanding her concern. Yes and no, I'm still Thomas Reeves. My memories, my personality, my core values remain intact. But I'm also more. My perspective has expanded to include aspects of the entity's consciousness. It's not a replacement, but an addition. Like having another voice in your head? More like having access to another way of thinking. Another set of senses. Another way of experiencing reality. I struggled to put the ineffable experience into words. It's not always comfortable, But it's not a loss of self either. It's an evolution. As the coast grew closer, I felt a complex mixture of emotions. My human anxiety about the future blending with the entity's patient certainty that adaptation would prevail. Whatever happened next, we would face it together, not as conqueror and conquered, but as reluctant partners in a biological revolution that neither species had anticipated, but both might ultimately benefit from. The entity had crossed vast interstellar distances, survived unimaginable cold, endured division and experimentation, all driven by the most fundamental imperative of life: survive, adapt, evolve. Humanity, with its remarkable adaptability and complex social structures, represented both its greatest threat and its greatest opportunity. And I stood at the interface between them, not fully human anymore, yet not consumed by the alien presence either. A bridge between worlds, a translator between incompatible biologies, a mediator between conflicting imperatives. The Framtid adjusted course toward the isolated research station that would be our home for the foreseeable future. As it did, I felt the entity's consciousness stir within me, observing through my eyes, learning through my thoughts, adapting to my biology in ways neither of us fully understood yet. Coexistence, I thought, the concept simultaneously human and alien, familiar and strange. Adaptation, the entity's consciousness responded, the concept resonating through the crystalline structures that now formed part of my being. Two species, fundamentally incompatible yet inextricably linked, finding a path forward that neither could have navigated alone. Whatever came next would be neither entirely human nor entirely alien, but something new, a hybrid existence born of necessity and mutual survival. The sun dipped below the horizon as Africa's coastline solidified before us, darkness spreading across the water like the entity had once spread through the southern star. But unlike that chaotic, destructive expansion, this darkness brought not fear but possibility, the unknown future we would create together. The Framtid docked at the remote Namibian research facility. 5 years of careful study, controlled experimentation, and gradual understanding of the symbiosis that now defines my existence and that of my fellow survivors. The facility has grown from a hastily established quarantine zone to a thriving research community. Scientists from around the world work here under strict containment protocols, studying what we've become while developing frameworks for potential wider integration. The entity, which we now call the symbiont in our official documentation, has proven remarkably adaptable. Through the balanced integration pioneered in my biology, it has learned to coexist with human hosts without overwhelming their identity or autonomy. In return, those of us carrying the symbiont have gained remarkable adaptations: resistance to extreme environments, accelerated healing, enhanced sensory perception. Harrison never recovered his human consciousness, but he remains with us as a direct conduit to the collective awareness of the symbiont. Through him, we maintain open communication about needs, boundaries, and mutual goals. Captain Larson serves as the facility's administrator, maintaining the delicate balance between scientific inquiry and security concerns. Dr. Novak leads the medical research team, her initial fear having given way to fascination with the biological implications of our condition. Foster left after the first year, unable to reconcile herself to what we were becoming. I sometimes wonder what she told the outside world about her experiences, though our location and the nature of our work remain classified at the highest levels. As for me, I continue to serve as the primary intermediary between human and symbiont consciousness, the bridge between worlds. The crystalline patterns on my skin have stabilized into an intricate network that many find beautiful despite their alien origin. My core temperature remains well below human normal, but my mind and identity remain fundamentally my own, even as they're expanded by the symbiont's perspective. The company that owned the specimens and the Hernandez Research Center have both been investigated thoroughly. As I suspected, they had discovered the original entity after it crashed in the Atlantic, and had been studying it in secret. their experiments leading to the division that placed a fragment in container M42. Those responsible have faced consequences, though the full details remain classified. I still undergo regular medical examinations, blood tests that reveal the small black crystals that now form an integral part of my circulatory system. But unlike in those early, frightening days aboard the Southern Star, these structures no longer represent an invading contaminant but a carefully balanced component of my hybrid biology. The question of wider integration remains contentious. Some see the symbiont as the next stage in human evolution, offering adaptations that could help our species survive in an increasingly challenging environment. Others view it as a fundamental threat to human identity and autonomy, despite our evidence of successful coexistence. For now, we remain contained, not as prisoners, but as pioneers on the frontier of a new kind of existence. The symbiont has no desire for conflict, having learned through our connection that cooperative adaptation is more sustainable than conquest, and humanity, for all its fears, cannot deny the potential benefits of controlled integration. I sometimes stand at the facility's perimeter fence, looking out over the Atlantic where the Southern Star lies broken on the ocean floor. In those quiet moments, I feel the dual awareness that has become my normal state, my human contemplation of our journey and the symbiont's patient certainty that adaptation will prevail. The cold no longer bothers me. In fact, I find comfort in it, just as the symbiont has found comfort in the warmth of human consciousness. We have changed each other, transformed each other, yet neither has been erased in the process. And perhaps that is the most important lesson from our encounter. True adaptation isn't about conquest or submission, but about finding balance between seemingly incompatible existences, about building bridges rather than walls, about recognizing that survival often depends not on destroying the other, but on becoming something new together. The small black crystals will always circulate in my bloodstream, a constant reminder of how quickly everything can change when we encounter something truly alien. But they no longer represent a threat. They are simply part of who I am now, who we have become together. Three days into our transatlantic journey aboard the Western Star, the fog rolled in. Not from the horizon, not from the sea. It simply appeared. I was leaning against the starboard railing, a lukewarm coffee in hand, watching the endless expanse of ocean. The sea had been calm that morning, a gentle rhythmic swell that rocked the massive cargo vessel in a lulling cadence. The sky was clear, a brilliant blue canvas stretching in all directions. No clouds. No warning, just emptiness then. Presence. First, it was a slight discoloration in the air, a yellowish tint that I initially mistook for a trick of the light. The sun had been bearing down on us for hours. Perhaps it was just fatigue playing with my vision. I rubbed my eyes, took another sip of coffee, and looked again. The discoloration had thickened. "Hey, Marcus," I called to our navigation officer, who was making his rounds. "You seeing this?" Marcus Heller, a veteran sailor with 26 years at sea, joined me at the railing. He was a sturdy man, weathered like old leather, with eyes that had witnessed every type of ocean temperament imaginable. His gaze followed mine to the strange band of yellow forming in the previously empty air. "That's odd," he said, his voice carrying a note of uncertainty I'd never heard from him before. "There's no fog warning, no atmospheric conditions that would create this." We watched as the band expanded, growing denser, more substantial. Within minutes, it had become a vast wall of mist stretching across our path. But it wasn't moving toward us as normal fog banks do, pulled by wind currents or temperature differentials. Instead, it seemed to be materializing, assembling itself from nothing. A vast, yellow wall of mist swallowed the ship within minutes. Captain Reynolds ordered emergency protocols. Fog horns, reduced speed, all crew to stations. Below deck, I could feel the massive engines downshifting, the vibrations changing in frequency as we slowed our approach. But it was too late. The fog wasn't approaching us. It was manifesting around us. By the time the first horn blasted its warning, the mist had already enveloped the bow of the ship. I've been at sea for 12 years aboard various vessels, everything from research boats to military transports, and now this cargo liner. I've seen squalls appear from clear skies. I've weathered cyclones and watched St. Elmo's fire dance along metal rigging during electrical storms. But I've never seen anything like this. The fog rolled across the deck in thick, viscous waves. It moved with purpose, with intent, not like natural mist which drifts and disperses. This fog crawled forward, clinging to every surface it touched. Within minutes, visibility dropped to near zero. The bow of the ship, a mere 100 yards ahead, vanished completely. The fog pressed against the bridge windows, thick and opaque, like someone had painted the glass with mustard-colored paste. Inside the bridge, chaos erupted. Instruments flickered. Radio communications crackled with static. Captain Reynolds barked orders, her voice steady but tense. "Navigation status," she demanded. "All systems functioning, Captain," Marcus replied, his fingers dancing across touch screens. "Radar shows clear seas ahead. Satellite positioning is stable. According to our instruments, there's nothing out there." "Nothing except this damn fog," Reynolds muttered. She was a compact woman with short-cropped silver hair and eyes that missed nothing. Captain Eliza Reynolds had commanded the Western Star for 8 years, transporting cargo across every major ocean with impeccable safety. Records. Nothing rattled her. Not storms, not mechanical failures, not even the time we'd narrowly avoided collision with a rogue shipping container floating just below the surface. But now, staring into the unnatural mist pressing against her bridge, I saw something I'd never expected. Uncertainty. "Anderson," she said, turning to me. "You're the safety officer. Get a team together and check every deck. Make sure all crew are accounted for and no systems are compromised. Full protective gear, respirators, gloves, the works." "You think it's toxic, Captain?" I asked. She gestured to the windows, where the fog was leaving streaks of yellowish residue. "I think it's not normal. That's enough reason for caution." I nodded and headed for the door. As I turned the handle, Reynolds added, "And James, stay in radio contact, continuous updates." "Yes, Captain." Navigation still functioned. Radar showed clear seas ahead, but outside visibility was gone. The corridors felt different already. The air was heavier, harder to breathe even through the respirator. Emergency lighting bathed everything in a dull red glow, standard procedure when visibility is compromised. But beneath that crimson illumination, a yellowish haze had begun seeping through ventilation grates and around door seals. I assembled my team quickly. Elena Vasquez, our chief engineer, Tariq Rahman, medical officer, and Damon Willis, head of security. We'd worked together for 3 years aboard the Western Star, running safety drills and handling minor emergencies. They were competent, level-headed professionals, exactly who you'd want beside you when facing the unknown. "Masks sealed?" I asked, checking my own respirators fit. They nodded, eyes visible through their clear visors, a mixture of concern and determination reflected in their gazes. "We'll start at the bottom and work our way up," I instructed. "Engine room first, then cargo holds, crew quarters, and finally the outer decks. Check for any breaches, any crew members showing symptoms of, well, anything unusual, and watch for structural damage. This fog seems to be leaving some kind of residue." "What exactly are we dealing with, James?" Elena asked, her voice slightly muffled by her mask. "Some kind of chemical spill from another vessel?" I shook my head. If it was, alarms would be triggering. Environmental monitors would pick up known toxins and we'd have seen the vessel on radar. "So what then?" Damon pressed. "Some kind of weather phenomenon?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But whatever it is, it didn't approach us naturally. It just appeared." Something was wrong with the fog. The engine room was our first stop. The massive space hummed with the steady throb of machinery, enormous diesel engines propelling, the 1,000-foot vessel through the water, generators providing electricity, pumps circulating cooling fluids. Everything seemed to be functioning normally, but the air felt wrong. This wasn't normal mist, it had weight. It clung to surfaces, leaving behind an oily, stinking residue. "Check this out," Elena called, gesturing toward an air intake valve. Around its edges, a yellowish film had accumulated, viscous and slightly reflective, like petroleum jelly mixed with mustard. Tariq approached cautiously, taking a sample with a sterile scraper and depositing it into a collection vial. "I'll analyze this in the medical bay. Whatever it is, it's penetrating our filtration systems." We continued our inspection, moving from the engine room to the cargo holds. The Western Star was transporting mixed freight, shipping containers, filled with electronics, textiles, machinery parts, and various consumer goods. All secured, all sealed, all apparently unaffected by the strange phenomenon surrounding us. But as we moved higher in the ship, closer to the outer decks, the fog's presence intensified. It seeped through microscopic gaps around doorways, collected in ceiling corners, and pooled in low-lying areas like a sentient liquid seeking the path of least resistance. It smelled of sulfur and decay, like rotten eggs and decomposing flesh, Damon observed, wrinkling his nose inside his mask. "You can smell it even through the respirator." The crew quarters were next. Most off-duty personnel had been ordered to remain in their cabins until the situation was assessed. We checked each room, finding increasingly anxious crew members but no immediate medical concerns, until we reached cabin 23B Norton Fields. One of our junior mechanics was sitting on his bunk, respirator in his lap instead of on his face, scratching furiously at his arms. His skin was covered in an angry red rash, raised welts that oozed clear fluid where he'd scratched them raw. "Fields, mask on now," I ordered, rushing toward him. "It itches," he mumbled, voice slurred as if he were drunk or heavily medicated. "Burns underneath. Need to get it out." Crew members coughed, their skin itching, burning. Tariq immediately took charge, forcing the respirator back onto Field's face while examining the rash spreading across his arms, neck, and what was visible of his face. "How long have you been exposed without protection?" Tariq demanded. "Dunno. Couldn't breathe with it on. Felt smothering. The fog, it wanted me to take it off." We exchanged concerned glances at his phrasing. The fog wanted him to? That wasn't the statement of a rational mind. "He's delirious," Tariq said, preparing a syringe of what I recognized as a broad-spectrum antihistamine. "Possible allergic reaction, but without knowing what this substance is." He trailed off, the implications clear. We were treating symptoms blindly, with no understanding of the cause. "Damon, help Tariq get Fields to medical," I instructed. "Elena and I will continue the inspection, upper decks next." As they carefully transported the semi-conscious mechanic, Elena and I headed toward the stairs leading to the weather decks. The fog's density increased with each step, until it felt like we were moving through cloudy water rather than air. Then we heard it. And then there were the sounds. Whispers. Screams. Sometimes words in languages none of us could recognize. At first I thought it was the wind, a natural phenomenon finally in this unnatural situation. But there was no wind. The air was still, almost stagnant despite the heavy mist surrounding us. No, these sounds weren't coming from outside the ship. They seemed to be emanating from the fog itself, soft, sibilant whispers that tickled the edges of perception. Occasionally, a sound like a distant scream would rise in volume, then fade, as if someone in terrible pain was being moved rapidly past us. "James," Elena said, her voice tight with tension. "Tell me you're not hearing that." "I wish I could," I replied. We pressed forward, emerging onto the main deck. The fog was densest here, thick yellow clouds of it swirling in patterns that defied the ship's movement or any natural air currents. It parted as we walked, then closed behind us, as if deliberately maintaining a constant barrier around our bodies. "The bridge," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We need to report to the captain." We should have turned back, but we didn't. Captain Reynolds listened to our report with growing concern, her usually impassive face betraying flickers of alarm, when we described Field's condition and the unnerving sounds emanating from the mist. "And you're both hearing these voices?" she clarified. Not exactly voices, I tried to explain. More like acoustic impressions, as if the sound is coming from very far away or through some kind of barrier. It's the kind of thing you'd dismiss as imagination, except we're both experiencing it, Elena added, and it changes as we move through different concentrations of the fog. Reynolds turned to Marcus at the navigation station. Any change in our situation? Negative, Captain. All instruments indicate normal conditions except visibility. We've maintained reduced speed, but according to radar and GPS, we're on course with no obstacles. And radio communications? Still nothing but static. Satellite connections are intermittent at best. Reynolds considered this information, her fingers drumming a thoughtful rhythm on the console. How many crew are showing symptoms like Fields? 3. Confirmed cases. Tariq's voice came through the radio. All responded to antihistamines, but the rash returns within hours. They're describing intense itching, burning sensations, and, this is concerning, auditory hallucinations similar to what James and Elena reported. Are they contagious? Reynolds asked. Unknown. I've isolated them in the infirmary as a precaution, but my preliminary tests don't show any biological agent. Whatever this is, it doesn't register as bacteria, virus, or fungus. It's more like a chemical irritant, but unlike anything in our databases. Reynolds was silent for a long moment, weighing options that all carried unknown risks. We proceed as planned, she finally decided. Maintain course and speed, double the watch rotation so no one is exposed to the outer decks for more than 2 hours at a stretch. Full protective gear at all times. Daily medical checks for everyone on board. Captain, I ventured, shouldn't we consider turning back or diverting to the nearest port? Her gaze was steady when she replied. We're 3 days out from our departure point, Anderson. That's 3 days through whatever this phenomenon is. Who's to say it's not behind us as well? Our destination is 5 days ahead. Best course of action is to move forward through this thing as safely as possible. Her logic was sound. We had no evidence the fog had boundaries or that reversing course would lead us out of it. Forward momentum at least maintained the hope of eventual escape. We should have turned back, but we didn't. That night, alone in my cabin, I reviewed the day's reports. Fields and the other affected crew members were stable but sedated, their mysterious symptoms controlled but not eliminated. Engineering reported no degradation of critical systems despite the oily residue accumulating on external surfaces. Navigation remained functional. We were making steady if cautious progress through water that instruments insisted was under normal conditions. Only our eyes and ears told us otherwise. I removed my respirator briefly to drink some water, immediately regretting the decision, as the taste of the air hit my tongue. Metallic, sulfurous, with an underlying sweetness that reminded me disturbingly of decaying fruit. I quickly replaced the mask, but the flavor lingered, coating my mouth with its foulness. Sleep came fitfully, punctuated by dreams of yellow tendrils reaching through my mask, probing my nostrils, seeking entrance. In these nightmares, the wisps of fog had weight and texture, slick, cold appendages exploring with deliberate curiosity. I awoke gasping at 300 hours, drenched in sweat despite the cabin's regulated temperature. The respirator had slipped askew during my restless sleep, and I hurriedly adjusted it, panic flickering as I wondered how long I'd been partially exposed. The darkness of the cabin felt oppressive, charged with potential. I reached for the light switch, desperate to banish shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source. Nothing happened. I flicked the switch repeatedly. No response. The emergency lighting in the corridor outside my door cast a thin red glow through the crack. Beneath, but my cabin remained cloaked in darkness. Feeling my way to the desk, I found my flashlight and switched it on. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing wisps of yellow mist curling near the ceiling. Somehow it had penetrated the sealed cabin more thoroughly than before, and it was moving. The fog was alive. Morning briefings confirmed what I'd observed. In my cabin, the mist stayed with us for days, ignoring the winds, defying all logic. It's like it's anchored to the ship somehow, Marcus explained during our third day in the fog. We've passed through 3 weather systems according to satellite data, including a significant wind front that should have dispersed any natural fog. But this, he gestured to the view screens showing the ever-present yellow murk. This hasn't changed at all. Not just anchored, Elena added. It's spreading internally. The concentration inside the ventilation system has increased by 37% since yesterday, despite our enhanced filtration efforts. Captain Reynolds absorbed this information with the gravity it deserved. Casualties? No fatalities, Tariq reported. But 16 crew members now showing dermatological reactions, 5 with respiratory distress, 3 with more serious neurological symptoms. Disorientation, auditory hallucinations, paranoid ideation. And the noises? Reynolds asked, her discomfort with the question evident in her tone. Veteran sailor that she was, she clearly struggled with acknowledging phenomena that defied rational explanation. Reported by 82% of crew, Tariq confirmed. Consistent descriptions despite isolated incidents. Whispers, screams, unintelligible, speech-like sounds. I cleared my throat. There's something else, Captain. The fog. It's demonstrating non-random movement patterns. Her eyes narrowed. Explain. It retreats from direct light, I said, describing my observations from the night. Before, during my inspection rounds, I noticed the mist pulling back from flashlight beams, not dissipating but actively withdrawing like an aversion response. Photophobia in a weather event, Reynolds said skeptically. That's not possible. None of this is possible, Elena interjected, but we've all seen it. The fog moves. It retreated from direct light. But in shadows, it crept closer. The video evidence confirmed our experiences. Security footage from throughout the ship showed the mist behaving in ways that defied physical laws. It congregated in darkened areas. It moved against air currents. It flowed through impossibly small gaps like a liquid, then expanded into cloudy formations that hung suspended regardless of the ship's movement or ventilation patterns. I've been at sea for 30 years, Captain Reynolds said quietly, studying the footage. I've seen St. Elmo's fire, ball lightning, waterspouts that seem to defy gravity. Nature produces plenty of phenomena that science struggles to explain. But this, she shook her head, this feels deliberate. The word hung in the air between us. Deliberate. Intentional. Which implied consciousness, an idea too disturbing to fully confront. One night, while checking the deck, I saw it extending tendrils, thin, snaking limbs of vapor sliding across the metal railings, feeling, searching. I was alone on the portside weather deck, conducting a routine inspection of the lifeboats and emergency equipment. My flashlight beam cut through the dense yellow fog, creating momentary tunnels of visibility that collapsed as soon as the light moved on. The respirator felt claustrophobic after days of continuous use. The skin around my face mask was raw from constant contact, and my breathing sounded harsh and mechanical in my own ears. But removing it wasn't an option, not with what we'd seen happen to exposed crew members. I trained my light on the nearest lifeboat station, checking the securing mechanisms and emergency release systems. Everything appeared functional, the equipment still protected by the heavy weatherproof covers we'd applied before entering the fog. As I turned to move to the next station, a movement at the edge of my light beam caught my attention. I swept the flashlight back, illuminating the metal railing that ran along the ship's edge. The fog there was different. Instead of the amorphous clouds surrounding the rest of the vessel, here it had coalesced into something more structured. Tendrils of mist, denser, more substantial than the surrounding fog, extended from the main mass. They moved with slow, deliberate purpose, gliding along the railing, wrapping around stanchions, probing into crevices and joints. I watched, transfixed, with horror and fascination, as one tendril encountered a small puddle of rainwater collected in a depression on the deck. It paused, then flattened itself, spreading across the water's surface like an exploratory hand. After a moment, it withdrew, resuming its methodical examination of the deck features. The movement was unmistakably purposeful. This wasn't random drift or atmospheric effects. This was exploration, investigation. The fog was examining our ship with what could only be described as curiosity. I raised my radio with a shaking hand, intending to report what I was witnessing, when another tendril, this one thicker, more substantial, rose from the deck near my feet. It wavered for a moment like a cobra preparing to strike, then extended upward toward my face. Instinctively, I directed my flashlight straight at it. The concentrated beam struck the misty appendage, and the effect was immediate. The tendril recoiled, writhing as if in pain, then rapidly dissolved back into the amorphous fog bank surrounding me. Heart pounding, I keyed the radio. Anderson to bridge. I need to report. I hesitated, struggling to find words that wouldn't sound like madness. Unusual fog behavior on the port weather deck. Clarify, Anderson, came Captain Reynolds' voice, tense with concern. The fog is forming structures, appendages. They're moving independently, exploring the ship's features. They react to light, negatively, and they appear to be, for lack of a better term, investigating us. A long pause followed my report. Then, return to the bridge immediately. Use your light to keep them at bay. I didn't need to be told twice. Keeping my flashlight beam moving in a wide arc before me, I retreated toward the nearest hatch. The fog seemed to part reluctantly, tendrils withdrawing from my path but hovering at the edges of the light's reach, waiting for any opportunity to advance. As I grasped the hatch handle, preparing to spin it open, I felt an unusual sensation on the back of my neck, a cold, damp pressure like wet fingers gently touching my skin just below the seal of my respirator. I whirled around, light slashing through the space behind me. Nothing visible. But the sensation lingered, a phantom touch that left my skin crawling with revulsion. I fumbled the hatch open and practically fell through, securing it behind me with trembling hands. The fog was no longer content to merely surround us. It was reaching for us. Then on the third night, the fog took them. Part 2. The taking. Vanished into the mist. 3 crew members on watch. Gone. The night it happened, I was in the mess hall with Elena and Damon, forcing down bland emergency rations while trying to ignore the whispers that seemed to emanate from the ventilation ducts. We'd been in the fog for nearly 72 hours at that point, and the strain was showing on everyone. Dark circles underlined bloodshot eyes. Conversations were clipped, tense. Tempers flared over minor issues. Another day? Maybe 2. And we should be through this, Elena was saying, though the conviction in her voice rang hollow. None of us knew if the fog had boundaries, if we were passing through it, or if it was traveling with us, an unwelcome passenger that had no intention of disembarking. The overhead speakers crackled to life, Captain Reynolds' voice tight with controlled urgency. Security team to the bridge, immediately. This is not a drill. Damon was on his feet instantly, hand moving, to the sidearm he'd taken to wearing since our second day in the fog. Standard cargo vessels don't typically arm their security personnel, but Reynolds had authorized it as the situation deteriorated. I'm coming with you, I said, abandoning my half-eaten meal. Elena rose as well. Me too. We made our way through corridors that felt increasingly claustrophobic despite their familiar dimensions. The emergency lighting, which we'd kept active continuously since entering the fog, cast everything in a bloody glow that did nothing to settle our fraying nerves. The bridge was a scene of controlled chaos when we arrived. Captain Reynolds stood rigid before the main console, her face illuminated by the blue glow of security monitors. Marcus hovered nearby, his usual composure fractured by evident distress. Several other officers worked frantically at their stations, voices overlapping as they coordinated some kind of search effort. Report, Reynolds snapped as we entered. Marcus gestured to the security feeds displayed on the main screen. 3 crew members on external watch duty, Patterson, Winters, and Chen. All experienced sailors, all properly equipped with respirators and communication gear. All vanished within a 2-minute window approximately 20 minutes ago. Define vanished, Damon said, stepping closer, to examine the footage. See for yourself, Marcus replied, queuing up a recorded sequence. Security footage showed them standing at their posts. The video quality was poor, a combination of the emergency lighting's limited spectrum and the fog's interference with the cameras. But we could clearly see 3 figures positioned at different points on the main deck, conducting their inspection routines. Each wore the full protective gear that had become our standard uniform: respirators, sealed coveralls, gloves, and each carried the powerful flashlights we'd found were our best defense against the fog's more aggressive manifestations. Watch the timestamp, Marcus instructed. 21:42:13. We stared as the digital counter in the corner of the screen ticked forward. For several seconds, nothing unusual occurred. Then, the fog reached for them. The mist surrounding Winters, a veteran engineer with 15 years at sea, suddenly thickened, coalescing from amorphous clouds into distinct serpentine shapes. They moved with terrible purpose, converging on him from all directions. Thin, twisting limbs wrapped around his body. The tendrils encircled his legs first, then rapidly coiled upward, enveloping his torso, arms, and finally his head in a cocoon of dense yellow vapor. Throughout this horrifying process, Winters remained bizarrely, disturbingly still. He didn't move, didn't fight, didn't scream. The same terrible sequence played out simultaneously with Patterson and Chen, positioned at different areas of the deck. The same unnatural stillness as the fog enveloped them. The same complete lack of resistance. Then, as the timestamp hit 21:44:7, less than 2 minutes after the fog's attack began, the tendrils contracted suddenly, like a fist closing. The vapor cocoons imploded with violent force, and when they dissipated, the deck was empty. 3 crew members just disappeared. What the hell did we just watch? Elena whispered, her face pale beneath her respirator. Where's the rest of the footage? Damon demanded. They must have gone somewhere. People don't just vanish. There is no rest of the footage, Marcus replied grimly. We've reviewed every frame, from every angle. One moment they're there, wrapped in those things. The next they're gone. No trace on any camera anywhere on the ship. Emergency transponders? I asked, referring to the locator beacons built into our protective gear. Dead. Or blocked. Or... Reynolds didn't complete the sentence. She didn't need to. We were all thinking it. Or they're somewhere transponders can't transmit from. We've initiated full search protocols, she continued instead. Every compartment, every container, every conceivable space on this vessel. But initial sweeps have found nothing. And the fog? I asked, dreading the answer. Retreated temporarily, after the incident. But it's returning to normal density now. If normal is even a word we can use anymore. The captain locked the ship down, ordered everyone inside. The search continued for hours, growing increasingly desperate as compartment after compartment was checked and cleared. The Western Star was a massive vessel, but not infinite. There were only so many places 3 adult humans could be concealed, yet we found nothing. No bodies, no equipment, no signs of struggle or evidence of what might have happened to them. It was as if Winters, Patterson, and Chen had simply ceased to exist. By 0300 hours, exhaustion forced us to suspend the search temporarily. Captain Reynolds ordered all remaining crew to shelter in the secure interior compartments. No one was to approach the outer decks or any area where the fog had demonstrated its more aggressive behaviors. But the fog, it was already inside. The thing in my cabin. I couldn't sleep that night, despite bone-deep fatigue that made my limbs feel leaden. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those serpentine tendrils wrapping around human forms, contracting with violent purpose before nothing, emptiness where people should be. My cabin felt like a cage rather than a sanctuary. The walls seemed to press inward, the ceiling lower than I remembered. The air, despite the respirator I refused to remove even for sleep, felt thick and resistant in my lungs, as if each breath required more effort than the last. The mist seeped through the ventilation system that night. I noticed it first as a slight discoloration near the air vent, a yellowish tinge that might have been dismissed as a trick of the emergency lighting. But I'd seen too much to ignore even subtle signs. I watched, fully alert now as the discoloration intensified, taking on the distinctive sulfurous hue that had become the background of our nightmare. Thick, slow, deliberate. It emerged from the vent not in the diffuse cloud pattern of normal airflow, but in a concentrated stream that remained coherent as it entered the room. The behavior defied physics. Gases should disperse, spreading to fill available space. But this moved with purpose, with direction, with intent. It coiled in the corner of my room and rose, shaping itself into something almost human. The vapor, column thickened, densified, and began to assume a vertical orientation. First a trunk-like lower portion, then a broader upper section, and finally a rounded protuberance at the top, a grotesque parody of human proportions. A head, shoulders, a torso, a silhouette without features. I lay paralyzed on my bunk, unable to cry out, unable to move as the figure solidified further. It had no distinct face, no eyes or mouth or nose. Just smooth, roiling yellow mist in the approximate shape of a person, without eyes. But it saw me. I felt its awareness like a physical pressure against my skin. Though it possessed no visible sensory organs, its attention focused on me with palpable intensity. The temperature in the cabin plummeted, my exhaled breath fogging visibly inside my respirator as the thing studied me with its eyeless gaze. Without a mouth, but it breathed. A rhythmic disturbance passed through its misty form, expanding, contracting, breathing, or mimicking breathing. The sound it produced was subtle at first, a soft sibilance barely audible above the ship's ambient noise, but it grew louder, more defined, until it became unmistakably similar to human respiration, but wrong. Wet, bubbling, the sound of lungs filled with liquid. A tendril reached toward my face. It extended from what would be the figure's arm, stretching across the small cabin toward me. The vapor appendage moved with the same terrible purpose I'd witnessed in the security footage, reaching for my face with deliberate intent. My paralysis broke. Self-preservation overrode terror, sending a surge of adrenaline through my system. I lunged for the bedside table where my equipment lay prepared for exactly this nightmare scenario. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it directly at the thing. The beam cut through the yellow mist, illuminating particles suspended within its mass. Not water droplets as would be found in normal fog, but something crystalline, reflective, something alien. It shrieked. The sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard. Not quite audible, vibrating, at the threshold of perception. It bypassed my ears entirely, resonating directly in my skull, my teeth, my bones. A sound felt rather than heard. A muffled, wet scream as the shape dissolved into nothing. The misty figure collapsed instantly, its humanoid structure liquefying into formless vapor that quickly dissipated into the cabin's atmosphere. The shriek faded, leaving behind a ringing in my ears and a metallic taste in my mouth despite the respirator's filtration. Heart hammering against my ribs, I maintained the light's beam, sweeping it methodically across every corner and crevice of the cabin. Nothing remained of the apparition, no concentrated mist, no residue beyond the usual oily film that had become omnipresent throughout the ship. I keyed my radio with trembling fingers. Anderson to security. Fog manifestation in cabin 17A. Humanoid configuration, directly aggressive. Dispersed with light exposure. Damon's voice came back immediately, tight with tension. Acknowledged. Stay where you are. We're getting similar reports ship-wide. Captain's calling an emergency briefing. In 20 minutes, Central Mess Hall. As I waited for the appointed time, clutching my flashlight like a talisman, I couldn't shake the feeling that the thing in my cabin hadn't been destroyed or driven away. It had simply withdrawn, retreated strategically, and it would return, perhaps in a form less vulnerable to the defenses we'd discovered. This wasn't just unusual weather, or some chemical agent released by accident or design. This was something alive, something intelligent, something hunting us. The emergency briefing, confirmed my worst fears. 17 crew members had experienced similar manifestations in their quarters, misty figures forming from the fog, reaching for them with vaporous appendages. All had been temporarily repelled by bright light, but the incidents were escalating in frequency and intensity. "The fog is adapting," Captain Reynolds stated, her voice steady despite the extraordinary claim. "It's learning our defenses, testing our vulnerabilities." "We need to evacuate," someone shouted from the back of the room. "Send distress signals, get off this ship." "And go where?" Reynolds countered. "We're in the middle of the Atlantic. Our lifeboats would be surrounded by the same fog, without the protections this vessel provides. As for distress signals, we've been broadcasting continuously on all emergency frequencies, no response." "So we're trapped," Elena said. Not a question, but a grim acknowledgement. "For now," Reynolds agreed. "But we're making progress. We should reach our destination port in approximately 48 hours. Until then, we implement new protocols. No one travels alone, anywhere on the ship. Minimum groups of 3, continuous light, sources at all times, flashlights, work lamps, anything that produces direct bright illumination, and we establish safe zones in the most defensible interior compartments." "What about those creatures?" Tariq asked. "The humanoid manifestations?" "Avoid. Engagement at all costs," Reynolds instructed. "Use light to disperse them if confronted, but do not attempt communication or proximity. We don't know what they're capable of or what their purpose might be. Until we do, treat them as hostile and extremely dangerous." The briefing continued, with assignment of security teams, distribution of additional light sources, and establishment of designated safe zones. Throughout it all, I couldn't shake the memory of that eyeless gaze, that overwhelming sense of being studied by something utterly alien yet disturbingly familiar. As we departed for our assigned stations, Reynolds caught my arm. "Anderson, a word." She led me to a quiet corner, her expression grave beneath the respirator. "You've had the most direct contact with these manifestations, both on deck and in your cabin. What's your assessment? Not as safety officer, but as someone who's looked these things in the face, so to speak." I considered my response carefully. "They're intelligent, Captain, not just reactive. They observe before acting. They remember. They learn." I paused, reluctant to voice my next thought, but knowing it needed to be said. "And I think they're curious about us. The way the tendrils examine objects, the way the humanoid figure studied me. It feels like scientific curiosity, like we're specimens being evaluated." Reynolds nodded slowly. "That's my read as well, which raises the question. Evaluated for what purpose?" Neither of us had an answer, or perhaps neither wanted to voice the possibilities that lurked in our thoughts. The next 24 hours brought a grim new routine to the Western Star. We moved in tense groups, flashlight beams constantly probing the increasingly dense fog that had infiltrated even the most secure interior spaces. The yellow mist clung to surfaces, dripped from ceilings, pooled in low spots, always retreating from direct light, but always returning once the illumination passed. The humanoid manifestations became more frequent, more defined, more persistent. Each encounter followed a similar pattern, mist coalescing into vaguely human shapes, approaching silently, reaching with vaporous limbs. Each time, bright light would disperse them temporarily, but they returned with increasing speed, and they were learning, adapting. Some began appearing with rudimentary facial features, indentations where eyes might be, protuberances approximating noses, gashes reminiscent of mouths. Others developed more complex appendages, not just simple tendrils, but structures with jointed segments similar to fingers or hands. Most disturbing was their improving resistance to our primary defense. What once took seconds to disperse now required prolonged exposure to our brightest lights. They retreated more slowly, reformed more quickly. They were evolving before our eyes. No more crew members vanished, a small mercy attributed to our new protocols of traveling in groups and maintaining constant vigilance. But the psychological toll mounted with each passing hour. Sleep became nearly impossible. Exhaustion clouded judgment. Paranoia spread as quickly as the fog itself. Some claimed to hear voices in the whispers, coherent words, specific messages. Others reported the mist forming not just humanoid shapes but recognizable faces, deceased loved ones, figures from their past. Hallucinations brought on by stress and sleep deprivation, Tariq insisted. But the consistency of the reports suggested something more directed, more purposeful. The fog was getting into our heads, not just our lungs. By the time we entered what should have been our final day in transit, Captain Reynolds made a difficult decision. "We're diverting course," she announced during the morning briefing. "Northeast toward the Azores. It's closer than our original destination and has facilities to handle whatever this situation is." "The fuel calculations," Marcus began, "are adjusted and accounted for." Reynolds cut him off. "We'll make it with minimal reserves." "And the fog?" I asked. "Any indication it's localized or will thin as we change course?" Reynolds hesitated. "Satellite imaging shows anomalies in our vicinity, areas where atmospheric readings fluctuate inexplicably. It's possible we've wandered into some kind of larger phenomenon, or—" She didn't complete the thought. "Or the fog is following us specifically," Elena finished for her. The possibility hung in the air between us, too, disturbing to dismiss yet too outlandish to fully accept. Weather didn't follow ships. Atmospheric conditions didn't make choices. Unless this wasn't weather at all, but something else entirely. Something with agency, with purpose. "Changed course or not, we'll maintain all safety protocols," Reynolds continued briskly, moving past the moment. "Group movement, continuous, illumination, regular check-ins. We'll reach the Azores in approximately 36 hours if we push the engines." "The engines aren't designed for sustained high output," Elena cautioned. "Not with the contamination we're seeing in the intake systems." "Do what you can," Reynolds instructed. "Every hour we shave off our journey is an hour less in this nightmare." As the briefing dispersed, I found myself paired with Damon and Tariq for the next inspection round. Our assignment was the forward cargo holds, massive spaces packed with shipping containers that provided too many shadows, too many hiding places for the fog's increasingly bold manifestations. "Light sweep pattern Delta," Damon instructed as we entered the cavernous space of Hold 2. Overlapping beams, no dark spots. We moved in practiced formation, our flashlights creating a coordinated web of illumination that left no shadow unexplored. The fog here was thicker than in the crew. Areas, dense yellow clouds that swirled around the towering stacks of containers. The visibility was so poor that containers more than 10 feet away were barely visible as looming shadows. "Check the condensation on this," Tariq said, directing his beam toward a nearby container surface. The metal was coated with a thick layer of the now familiar oily residue, but here it had accumulated to an alarming degree, dripping down the sides in viscous rivulets, pooling on the deck in small yellowish puddles. "That's at least 5 times the concentration we're seeing elsewhere," I noted, keeping my distance from the noxious substance. "It's almost like it's building up resources," Damon observed, "gathering mass in preparation for something." The thought sent a chill through me. If the fog was accumulating, concentrating itself in specific areas of the ship, it suggested a level of coordination beyond what we'd already witnessed. It suggested planning. "Let's complete the inspection and get out of here," I said. "This place feels wrong, even by our new standards of wrong." We continued our sweep, documenting the unusual concentrations of residue and fog density for the captain's report. As we moved deeper into the hold, between rows of containers stacked 3 high, the whispers that had become our constant companion intensified. No longer background noise, they now pressed against our awareness with insistent urgency. "Anyone else hearing words?" Tariq asked, his voice tight with strain. I nodded, then realized he might not see the gesture in the dense mist. "Yes, almost, clear enough to understand, but not quite." "Like they're speaking through water," Damon agreed, "or from very far away." We paused, instinctively drawing closer together as the whispers swirled around us. For a moment, it seemed like the incomprehensible sounds might resolve into language, meaning hovering just beyond the threshold of understanding. Then, without warning, a scream cut through the susurration, not the distant, muffled cries we'd grown accustomed to, but a clear, piercing shriek of human terror. It came from directly ahead beyond the next row of containers. "That's Chen's voice," Damon said, face paling beneath his respirator. "I'd recognize it anywhere." "Chen is gone," I reminded him, though my own heart was racing. "Taken by the fog, 3 days ago." "Then what the hell is making that sound?" he demanded, just as the scream came again, unmistakably human, unmistakably terrified, and unmistakably originating from a throat that should no longer exist on our plane of reality. Protocol dictated we retreat and report. Safety demanded we withdraw from an unknown threat. But 3 of our crew were missing, and for the first time, we had what might be a connection to their fate. We investigate, I decided, overriding my own better judgment. But we stay together, no separation, no matter what. Tariq looked like he wanted to object, but Damon was already moving forward, drawn by the voice of his missing colleague. We had no choice but to follow, maintaining our light pattern as we advanced toward the source of the scream. The next row of containers revealed nothing unusual, just more fog, more oily residue. But the screams continued, now interspersed with, "Words, help, please, they're inside me." We pressed on, following the desperate pleas through the labyrinthine arrangement of cargo. The voice led us deeper into the hold, toward areas we hadn't planned to inspect. Older sections where containers were packed more haphazardly, creating irregular corridors and shadowed recesses. "This doesn't feel right," Tariq murmured. "Why? Would Chen be here? Why now, after days of silence?" "Maybe they've been here all along," Damon suggested, his voice betraying desperate hope. "Maybe they've been hiding, unable to communicate until now." I shared Tariq's skepticism, but we continued, forward drawn by the increasingly frantic cries. They led us to a narrow passage between 2 misaligned container stacks, a claustrophobic corridor barely wide enough for one person to pass. The screams were coming from the other side. "We need to go through," Damon insisted. "Together," I reminded him, though the space would force us to proceed single file, temporarily breaking our defensive formation. "I'll take point," Damon said, already positioning himself at the entrance to the narrow gap. "You follow, then Tariq. Keep your lights trained ahead and behind." He entered the passage, moving slowly, his broad shoulders nearly scraping both sides. I followed a few feet behind, with Tariq bringing up the rear. The fog seemed to thicken as we advanced, pressing against us with almost solid resistance. We were halfway through when the screaming stopped. The sudden silence was more terrifying than the cries had been. We froze, listening intently, hearing nothing but our own labored breathing inside our respirators. "Chen?" Damon called, his voice echoing strangely in the narrow space. No response. "We should go back," Tariq urged from behind me. "This feels like a..." The word trap never left his mouth. Instead, a choked gasp interrupted his warning, followed by the clatter of his flashlight hitting the metal deck. I spun around to find Tariq gone, simply vanished from the space he'd occupied seconds before. His flashlight rolled back and forth, where he'd dropped it, its beam cutting uselessly through empty air. "Tariq!" I shouted, lunging for the abandoned light. "He's gone," I said, the words feeling inadequate for the horror they conveyed. "Just gone, like the others." At that moment, the fog between us changed, thickened, organized itself. Yellow mist coalesced with frightening speed, forming a barrier that cut the passage in 2, separating me from Damon. "Anderson!" His voice came through the misty wall, distorted but recognizable. "Get back, I can't..." His warning dissolved into a gurgling cry, then silence. I backed away, keeping both lights trained on the rapidly evolving mist bar. "What happened?" Damon called from ahead, trying to turn in the confined space. "He's gone," I said, the words feeling inadequate for the horror they conveyed. "Just gone, like the others." At that moment, The fog between us changed, thickened, organized itself. Yellow mist coalesced with frightening speed, forming a barrier that cut the passage in two, separating me from Damon. "Anderson!" His voice came through the misty wall, distorted but recognizable. "Get back!" "I can't." His warning dissolved into a gurgling cry, then silence. I backed away, keeping both lights trained on the rapidly evolving mist barrier. It was changing before my eyes, developing structure, substance, becoming less vapor and more something else, something solid. The fog hadn't just separated us. It had isolated us for a purpose. I retreated from the passage, emerging back into the main area of the hold with both flashlights clutched in white-knuckled hands. The fog here was changing too, swirling with purposeful energy, concentrating into distinct forms that rose from the general mist like islands emerging from a yellow sea. Humanoid figures, dozens of them, forming a loose circle around me. More defined than any we'd encountered before, more substantial, more complete. And among them, 3 figures slightly more distinct than the others. 3 forms with features I recognized despite their misty composition. Chen Patterson, Winters, or rather fog shaped into their likenesses. Approximations created from yellow mist but with facial features, expressions and postures unmistakable to anyone who had known them. They stared at me with eyes made of swirling vapor, faces frozen, in expressions of mingled pain and wonder. "What are you?" I whispered, the question escaping before I could consider the wisdom of engaging with these apparitions. To my shock, they responded, not with speech, but with movement. The Chen figure raised a misty arm, pointing deeper into the hold. The mule. Others followed suit, all indicating the same direction with slow, synchronous precision. Intuition screamed for me to flee, to return to the secure areas, to report what had happened. But Damon was still in that passage, his fate unknown. And these fog constructs, these mimicries of our lost crew, were clearly trying to communicate something of vital importance. I made a decision that would haunt me forever after. I followed, where they pointed. The fog figures parted as I moved forward, maintaining their circular formation, but allowing me passage through their ranks. Their attention remained fixed on me. I could feel it like a physical pressure against my skin, even through the protective gear. They weren't just watching, they were evaluating, measuring, judging. They led me to a cargo container near the rear bulkhead, an unmarked standard shipping unit distinguishable from its neighbors only by the unusual concentration of fog surrounding it. The yellow mist here was so dense it appeared almost solid, flowing around the container's edges like viscous liquid. The 3 recognizable figures took positions around the container's sealed door, their arms extended toward it in unmistakable indication. Whatever they wanted me to see, it was inside this metal box. "You want me to open it?" I asked, knowing the question was absurd. These weren't my missing crewmates. They were constructs created by an intelligent fog for purposes I couldn't begin to fathom. Yet I found myself responding to them as if they were somehow real, somehow connected to the humans they resembled. As one, they nodded. A gesture so human it sent chills through me despite the sweat soaking my clothes beneath the protective suit. The container was secured with a standard locking mechanism, a simple twist handle that would release the door latches. No special tools required, no security measures beyond what would keep the door from opening during normal transport conditions. I approached cautiously, keeping my flashlights trained on the fog figures to maintain some semblance of control. They remained motionless, watching, waiting. The whispering that permeated the hold had ceased entirely, creating an unnatural silence broken only by my own labored breathing inside the respirator. With one hand, I grasped the container's handle and twisted. The mechanism moved smoothly, the latches disengaging with an audible clunk that echoed in the preternatural quiet. I pulled, and the heavy door swung slowly outward on well-maintained hinges. Darkness greeted me, a blackness deeper and more absolute than the dimly lit hold around me. I directed both flashlight beams into the container's interior, illuminating nothing. The container was completely empty, no cargo, no equipment, just bare metal walls, floor, and ceiling. A hollow box of nothing. I turned back to the fog figures in confusion, about to demand an explanation they probably couldn't provide, when I noticed something unusual about the container's emptiness. The lights didn't penetrate to the rear wall. Despite being a standard shipping container, 40 feet in length, my beams seemed to vanish into darkness well before they should have reached the back. The container appeared to go on forever. Cautiously, I stepped inside, advancing just far enough to confirm what my eyes were telling me. The interior stretched beyond its physical dimensions, the walls extending into darkness far beyond what should have been possible. It was as if the container had become a tunnel, a passageway leading somewhere that defied the ship's structural reality. "What is this?" I whispered, not expecting an answer. But an answer came, not in words, but in sensation. A sudden pressure change, a popping in my ears, and a wave of vertigo that nearly brought me to my knees. The air inside the container felt different, heavier, thicker, charged with potential, and the fog was moving. Not the figures outside, but new mist forming within the container itself. Yellow tendrils emerged from the darkness ahead, reaching toward me with familiar, terrible purpose. I stumbled backward toward the door in relative safety, but my retreat was cut short. The fog figures had moved, now blocking the exit completely. Chen, Patterson, and Winters at the front, their faces transformed from neutral observation to something more urgent, more emphatic. They weren't preventing my escape, I realized with dawning horror. They were warning me. Too late. The tendrils from the container's impossible depth shot forward with shocking speed, wrapping around my ankles, my waist, my arms, pinning the flashlights against my body and neutralizing their defensive capability. I struggled, but the misty appendages had substance, strength. They held me immobile as more emerged from the darkness, encircling my torso, my neck, probing at the seals of my respirator. Through it all, the fog figures of my missing crewmates watched with expressions of profound sadness, not participants in my capture, but witnesses to an inevitable process they had already experienced. The tendrils tightened, constricting around my body with crushing force. My respirator cracked, its seal breaking with a hiss of escaping air. Yellow mist rushed in, filling my lungs with its sulfurous taste. My vision blurred, darkness encroaching from the edges as consciousness began to slip away. The last thing I saw before the blackness took me was the fog figure of Chen, its vaporous face now inches from my own, its mouth moving in what might have been an apology or a welcome or a prayer. Then nothing, nothing, nothing. Until Part 3. The other side consciousness returned gradually, in fragments of sensation rather than coherent awareness. Cold, damp, the taste of metal and sulfur, coating my tongue, pressure in my chest, as if my lungs were filled with something heavier than air. I opened my eyes to darkness, not the absolute blackness of unconsciousness, but a dim, hazy gloom illuminated by a diffuse yellowish light with no discernible source. I was lying on something hard and slightly curved, like a metal bowl large enough to hold my entire body. As my vision adjusted to the minimal illumination, details of my surroundings emerged from the murk. I was in a vast, circular chamber with walls that curved upward to form a domed ceiling far overhead. The architecture was unlike anything I'd ever seen, not quite mechanical, not quite organic, but somewhere unsettlingly between. Ribbed structures that might have been support columns or might have been enormous bones stretched from floor to ceiling. Surfaces that appeared metallic from one angle seemed almost membranous from another, glistening with moisture that collected in droplets before sliding downward in viscous rivulets. And everywhere the fog. Yellow mist swirled throughout the chamber, thicker in some areas than others, forming currents and eddies that defied normal air movement patterns. It behaved more like a liquid than a gas, flowing with deliberate patterns around the strange architectural features. I tried to sit up and discovered several alarming facts in rapid succession. First, my protective gear was gone. Respirator, coveralls, gloves all vanished, leaving me in the simple uniform I'd worn underneath. Second, movement was difficult, as if the atmosphere itself resisted my efforts. pressing against my skin with gentle but insistent pressure. And third, perhaps, most terrifyingly, I wasn't alone. Other forms lay in similar bowl-like depressions scattered across the chamber floor. Human shapes mostly motionless, partly obscured by swirling mist. With mounting dread, I recognized the missing crew members of the Western Star. Chen, Patterson, Winters, Tariq, and Damon, more recently taken. And others, faces I didn't know, wearing uniforms unfamiliar to me, suggesting they had been collected from different vessels, different times. Some appeared unconscious. Others were awake, moving weakly within their shallow confines. None were speaking or calling out, though whether from choice or inability I couldn't tell. I forced myself to a sitting position despite the atmosphere's resistance. The fog around me thickened immediately, coalescing into rope-like tendrils that wrapped loosely around my arms and torso. Not restraining, exactly, but monitoring, responding, like hospital sensors attached to a patient. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding wrong in this space, muffled and distorted as if I were speaking underwater. "Can anyone hear me?" The fog tendrils tightened slightly, and a ripple of movement passed through the mist filling the chamber. My words had triggered a response not from the other humans but from the fog itself. Near the center of the circular space, the mist began to concentrate, swirling faster, building into a column that rose toward the domed ceiling. The column widened, developed structure, differentiated into recognizable components. It was forming something, a shape I initially took to be another humanoid figure, but which rapidly evolved into something far more complex. The fully realized form defied easy description, vaguely anthropomorphic in its broadest outlines, a central mass with radiating appendages. But the similarities to human anatomy ended there. What might have been a head hosted not a face, but a cluster of pulsating orbs that emitted the same yellowish light illuminating the chamber. What might have been limbs branched repeatedly into dozens of smaller appendages, each terminating in structures that resembled neither hands nor tentacles, but possessed characteristics of both. The entire entity was composed of the yellow fog, but condensed to a density that gave it apparent solidity. It moved with fluid grace as it approached my position, its numerous limbs undulating in complex patterns that might have been functional or might have been expressive. Impossible to determine when faced with physiology so utterly alien. It stopped, several feet from my bowl prison, towering over me, its cluster of orb lights pulsating in what seemed like a rhythmic sequence. The fog tendrils around my body tightened again, not painfully but firmly, and I felt a strange sensation creep across my skin, a tingling, almost electrical feeling that concentrated around my head, particularly at my temples, and the base of my skull. The sensation intensified, becoming a pressure inside my mind. Not quite pain, but an intrusive presence pushing against my thoughts. Then, suddenly, words formed in my consciousness. Not spoken aloud, not exactly heard, but unmistakably communication. "You are functioning. This is unexpected." The statement echoed in my head with a quality unlike normal thought, geometrically precise, emotionally flat, yet vibrating with layers of meaning beyond the simple words. "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice weak with fear and wonder. "We are collectors, researchers, travelers between spaces." "Why did you take us? What do you want?" The orb lights pulsed more rapidly, and the pressure in my mind intensified momentarily. "You are unusual configurations of matter, complex systems achieving temporary stability within entropy. We study such anomalies." "We're not anomalies," I protested. "We're human beings, people, with lives and—" "Your designation is irrelevant. Your functions are of interest. Most specimens cease functioning during transition. You continue. Explain." The clinical detachment of the communication was perhaps more terrifying than active malevolence would have been. We weren't enemies to this entity. We weren't even worthy of consideration as equal beings. We were specimens, curiosities, interesting malfunctions in the expected order of things. Where are we? I asked, ignoring its demand for explanation. What is this place? The fog entity's appendages rippled in what might have been agitation, or might have been adjustment to convey more complex concepts. This is intersection, overlap of dimensions, neither your reality nor ours. Transitional space for specimen examination. A sick understanding began to form. The container on the ship, it was some kind of doorway? Dimensional fold passage between spaces. We create such passages within your physical constructs. And the fog? On our ship? Extension of ourselves. Sensory apparatus. Collection mechanism. The fog hadn't been following our ship. It hadn't been trailing us or hunting us. It had been part of this entity all along. An appendage extended across dimensional boundaries, tasting our reality, selecting specimens for closer examination. I looked around at the other humans in their bowl prisons. Some were watching our exchange with expressions of mingled hope and terror. Others seemed unresponsive, their eyes vacant, their bodies occasionally twitching with involuntary movements. What happens to us now? To all of us? The fog entity pulsed its lights in that rhythmic sequence again before responding. Examination continues. Internal structures mapped, biochemical processes documented, neurological complexity measured. A chill ran through me as I realized what it was describing. Dissection, analysis, the methodical disassembly of living beings to understand their components. And after your examination is complete, a pause. The pressure in my mind fluctuated. Useful specimens preserved, others discarded. No, I said, struggling against the fog tendrils that still held me. You can't do this. We're not just specimens. We think, we feel, we have consciousness. We're not that different from you. The entity's many limbs contracted slightly, drawing its mass inward in what seemed like the equivalent of surprise or reassessment. Consciousness is irrelevant to biological function. Awareness does not alter material composition, but it changes everything about what we are, I insisted. You communicate, you think. You must understand the difference between examining an aware being and studying inert matter. Difference is noted, irrelevant to research objectives. Its indifference was absolute, terrifying in its completeness. How could I appeal to the ethics of a being that existed so far outside human moral frameworks? What argument could possibly sway an intelligence that viewed consciousness as an incidental feature, no more significant than hair color or height? Yet I had to try. Not just for myself, but for all the humans trapped in this impossible place, between dimensions. If consciousness doesn't matter to you, then what does? What do you value? The entity's orb lights flickered in unexpected patterns, and the pressure in my mind took on a different quality. Less invasive, more questioning. Value? Explain concept in relation to research. A glimmer of possibility. It didn't understand the question, which meant it might be open to new perspectives. I chose my words carefully, trying to frame my appeal in terms that might resonate with a being of pure intellect and curiosity. Value means significance beyond immediate utility. The reason behind your research. Why collect specimens? Why study different forms of matter? There must be a purpose that drives your work. The fog entity was silent for what felt like minutes, its appendages moving in slow, contemplative patterns. When its communication resumed, the tone felt subtly different, still alien and precise, but with added dimensions of complexity. Purpose is expansion of knowledge, cataloging of all possible material configurations, understanding the boundaries of existence. Then we're the same, I said quickly. Humans also seek knowledge. We explore, we study, we try to understand reality. That's what drives us too. The entity's appendages extended outward, then retracted, a gesture I couldn't interpret, but which suggested engagement with the concept. Similarity noted. Relevance unclear. The relevance is that we can help each other exchange knowledge, learn from each other. Dissection destroys the very thing you're trying to understand. Our complexity, our consciousness, the way our awareness emerges from biological processes. A longer silence followed, the fog throughout the chamber swirling in agitated patterns. I held my breath, uncertain whether my words had any impact, or if I was simply delaying the inevitable. Finally, the pressure returned to my mind, bringing with it a communication that felt somehow both more precise and more nuanced than before. Mutual knowledge exchange. Concept requires examination. Specimen will remain functional until assessment complete. It wasn't freedom. It wasn't even a guarantee of survival, but it was a pause. A moment of consideration rather than immediate continuation of its clinical dismantling of human subjects. It was hope, however fragile. "Thank you," I said, though gratitude seemed a strange response to what amounted to a temporary stay of execution. "How long will your assessment take?" Time concept differs across dimensional interfaces. Calculation impossible in your reference frame. "Can I speak with the others?" I asked, gesturing toward the humans in their egg bowl prisons. "Can we at least communicate while you consider our proposal?" The entity's lights pulsed in rapid sequence and the fog tendrils around my body loosened slightly. Limited proximity permitted. Specimen interaction may provide additional data on collective functions. With effort, I stood on unsteady legs, the atmosphere's resistance making each movement feel like wading through thick mud. The bowl-like depression that had held me seemed to release me reluctantly, the material flexing as I stepped onto the chamber's main floor. I moved toward the nearest occupied bowl where Damon lay watching my exchange with the fog entity. The misty tendrils followed me, maintaining their loose embrace around my body, monitoring every movement. "James," Damon croaked as I approached, his voice as distorted as mine had been. "What the hell is happening? Where are we?" I knelt beside his bowl, explaining as concisely as I could what little I'd learned from the entity. His face paled further with each revelation, hope and horror wrestling for dominance in his expression. "So were lab rats," he concluded grimly, "being dissected by fog monsters from another dimension." "For now," I agreed. "But I think I've bought us some time. It's considering the idea of communication instead of dissection. If we can convince it that keeping us alive and aware provides more valuable information than taking us apart." Damon nodded weakly. "Better odds than we had 5 minutes ago, I guess." We moved among the other prisoners, those who were conscious enough to communicate. There were 12 of us in total, the 5 missing from the Western Star plus 7 others from different vessels. The strangers told fragmented stories of similar experiences, unusual fog appearing suddenly, crewmates vanishing, ultimately being taken themselves. Most disturbing was the time frame. Some had been taken weeks earlier from ships hundreds of miles from our position. Others had been missing for months. None showed signs of having been fed or hydrated during their captivity, yet all were alive, apparently sustained by some property of the fog itself or the strange environment of the interdimensional chamber. The most recent arrival besides Damon and me was a woman named Adira Bahar, navigator aboard a research vessel called the Horizon Seeker. She'd been taken 3 days before we encountered the fog. "They've been performing tests," she told us, pulling up her sleeve to reveal circular marks on her arm. Perfect rings where skin had been removed and the wounds somehow healed over. "Taking samples, pieces of us. But we don't feel pain here. Not exactly. It's more like pressure. Awareness of intrusion without the sensory overload of normal pain." "Has anyone died?" I asked quietly. "Anyone been completely dissected?" Adira's gaze dropped. "2 that I've seen. An older man who was here when I arrived, and a young woman who fought against their examinations. They just stop moving. Then the fog takes them away. We don't know where." As we shared information and tried to formulate some kind of plan, I became aware that the fog entity remained near the center of the chamber, its orb lights pulsating in changing patterns that suggested intense activity. Occasionally, appendages would extend from its main mass, manipulating structures within the fog that resembled control interfaces of some incomprehensible design. It was working on something, processing our exchange perhaps, or preparing the next phase of examination. Hours passed in the timeless chamber, marked only by cycles of conversation and exhausted silence among the human captives. We learned each other's names, ships, how long each had been trapped in this place. We shared what little we knew of our captors and their purposes, and gradually, inevitably, we began to speak of home, of the lives we might never see again, of the people waiting for our return. Throughout it all, the fog entity continued its inscrutable activities, neither approaching nor communicating further. The yellow mist that filled the chamber ebbed and flowed in patterns that might have been random, or might have been precisely orchestrated. The tendrils remained wrapped around each of us, monitoring, measuring, reporting data back to their central consciousness. I was speaking with Chen about his family, a husband and daughter waiting in Singapore, when the chamber's atmosphere suddenly changed. The fog thickened, pressure increasing against our skin, and the diffuse yellow light brightened to an almost painful intensity. The entity at the center of the chamber expanded, its many appendages extending outward in all directions. Its orb lights blazed like miniature suns, and the pressure in my mind returned with such force that I gasped, falling to my knees. Assessment complete. Decision reached. The words thundered in my consciousness, overwhelming all other thoughts. Around me, the other humans clutched their heads, experiencing the same invasive communication. Specimen proposal accepted with modifications. Mutual knowledge exchange protocol initiated. Relief flooded through me, so intense it left me trembling. "Thank you," I managed to say. "What modifications do you mean?" Selected specimens return to origin dimension as knowledge conduits. Others remain for continued study. The implication struck like a physical blow. Some would be freed, others would not. An impossible choice presented as a reasonable compromise. "No," I said, struggling to my feet. "That's not acceptable. All of us need to return. You can learn from us without keeping us prisoners." The entity's appendages rippled in what I was beginning to recognize as agitation or disagreement. Compromise optimal. Balance between research continuity and new knowledge pathway. Alternative is continuation of original protocol. All specimens remain. A threat, thinly veiled. Accept partial freedom or receive none at all. I looked around at the faces of my fellow captives, people who had been strangers hours ago but were now bound in the most intimate kind of solidarity. Their expressions reflected the same terrible calculation running through my mind. Some saved was better than none saved, but who would go? Who would stay? "How many?" I asked, my voice hollow. "How many can return?" 3 specimens sufficient for initial knowledge exchange protocol. 3 out of 12. A quarter of us would see home again. The rest would remain in this limbo between dimensions, subject to the entity's endless curiosity, their bodies gradually sampled piece by piece until nothing remained. And who decides which 3? Specimens will select according to their own criteria. Decision process itself provides valuable data on prioritization algorithms in conscious systems. Even our anguish was just another experiment to it. Our moral distress simply more fascinating. Data to collect. We need time, I said. To discuss, to decide. Time granted, limited duration by your perception. Yes. Myself, Adira Bahar, and Thomas Miller will return as your knowledge conduits. The entity's orb lights pulsed in acknowledgement. Acceptable. Preparations for dimensional transfer will... We have conditions, I interrupted. A dangerous move when dealing with a being of such incomprehensible power, but necessary for our plan. Terms for the knowledge exchange. The appendages stilled, and the pressure in my mind took on a sharper quality. Elaborate. First, no more collections. No more taking people from ships. You want to understand us, you work with those who volunteer. A wildly optimistic demand, but one that had to be made. Inefficient. Specimen diversity requires varied collection. Second, I continued, ignoring its objection, those who remain here must be kept intact. No more tissue sampling, no dissections. You learn through observation and communication only. The entity's form contracted slightly, its appendages drawing inward. Significant knowledge gaps would result. Physical examination provides critical data. Third, you establish regular communication between those here and those who return. We need to know our people are safe, and they need to share what they learn from your exchanges. Purpose unclear. Knowledge flow direction would be from your dimension to ours. These are our terms, I stated firmly. Accept them, or we refuse. Cooperation entirely. Your research on conscious beings requires their consciousness to be willing. Without our cooperation, you'll never truly understand what you're studying. It was an enormous bluff. We had no way of knowing if the entity actually needed our willingness, or if it simply found it more convenient than resistance. For all we knew, it could extract everything it wanted from us regardless of our mental state. The entity was silent for what felt like an eternity, its fog body roiling with internal movements that might have indicated calculation, deliberation, or simply the alien equivalent of irritation. Finally, the pressure returned to my mind. Terms partially accepted. Modified as follows. No new specimens collected for duration of knowledge exchange protocol. Physical sampling minimized, but not eliminated. Communication between dimensions permitted. At intervals. It wasn't everything we'd demanded, but it was more than I'd honestly expected to achieve. A reprieve, at least. A chance. Agreed, I said, after glancing at my companions to confirm their acceptance of these modified terms. How does the return process work? How do we get back to our dimension? Dimensional folding requires preparation. Transit conduits must be established. Await further communication. With that cryptic statement, the entity withdrew to the center of the chamber, its appendages once again manipulating fog interfaces, with rapid, complex movements. The pressure of its mental communication faded, leaving the 12 of us alone with our thoughts and the weight of what we'd just arranged. 9 would stay behind, serving as research subjects and internal agents. In this strange interdimensional prison, 3 would return, carrying the burden of warning humanity and finding a way to fight back against a threat most people wouldn't believe existed. We spent our remaining time together sharing everything we knew, everything we'd observed about the fog and the entities controlling it. Each detail, no matter how small, might prove crucial. Its aversion to bright light, its ability to mimic human forms, its apparent telepathic abilities, its need for certain atmospheric conditions to maintain its semi-solid state. Most importantly, we shared names, dates, locations, the coordinates where each ship had encountered the fog, the names of loved ones to be contacted, personal messages to be delivered in case rescue proved impossible, promises that would be kept no matter what. When the entity returned, it was changed. Its fog body had reconfigured into a more streamlined form, with fewer appendages but greater density. Its orb lights had reorganized into patterns reminiscent of electronic circuitry. Transit preparations complete. Selected specimens will now return. How? I asked. What do we need to do? Remain stationary. Transition requires precise calibration. From the entity's central mass, 3 thick tendrils extended outward, heading directly for Adira, Miller, and me. Unlike the monitoring wisps that had loosely embraced us before, these were substantial, powerful appendages moving with deliberate purpose. Wait, I said, turning to those who would remain. We'll find a way. We'll come back for you. Damon stepped forward, clasping my hand firmly. Just make sure they don't take anyone else. If rescue isn't possible, at least stop the cycle. The tendrils reached us, wrapping tightly around our bodies, constricting with increasing pressure, until breathing became difficult. The fog throughout the chamber began to swirl violently, forming a vortex centered on the entity itself. Knowledge exchange protocol initiated, transit commencing. The pressure intensified until it felt like being crushed. The yellow light brightened to blinding levels, then shifted rapidly through the spectrum: orange, red, violet, and finally, into colors I had no names for that human eyes should not have been able to perceive. Reality seemed to fold around us, space bending in impossible geometries. I had a brief, disorienting impression of seeing the chamber from multiple angles simultaneously, from above, from below, from inside the walls themselves, as dimensions interpenetrated in ways my mind couldn't process. Then came a sensation of being simultaneously stretched and compressed, as if every atom of my body was being pulled apart and pushed together at the same time. Pain beyond description, beyond endurance. Yet somehow I remained conscious through it all, aware of my own disintegration and restructuring as I passed through whatever barrier separated this dimension from our own. A final explosive release of pressure, a sense of falling, of spinning, of dissolution, and then darkness. Part 4, The Return. We never escaped. Consciousness returned with the steady beep of medical monitoring equipment and the antiseptic smell of a hospital room. I opened my eyes to fluorescent lighting and white ceiling tiles, mundane, familiar features that seemed miraculous after the alien architecture of the interdimensional chamber. I tried to sit up and found myself restrained. Soft cuffs around my wrists, an IV line in my arm, oxygen tubes in my nose. A nurse noticed my movement and approached, her expression a professional mask that didn't quite hide her unease. "Mr. Anderson, you're awake. I'll notify the doctor." "Where am I?" My voice sounded raw, unused. "How long?" "You're at Coastal Metropolitan Hospital. You've been here for 3 days since they found you." She adjusted something on one of the machines beside my bed. "The doctor will explain everything." Adira and Miller, the others who were with me. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. "I'm not familiar with those names. You were found alone." Before I could question her further, she left, returning moments later with a middle-aged man in a white coat and a woman in the distinctive uniform of Coast Guard officers. "Mr. Anderson," the doctor greeted me, checking the monitors beside my bed. "I'm Dr. Brennan. How are you feeling?" Confused. "Where are the others?" "Adira Bahar and Thomas Miller." We returned together. Dr. Brennan exchanged glances with the Coast Guard officer. "Mr. Anderson, you were found alone drifting in a life raft approximately 50 miles offshore. There was no one else with you." "That's not possible. We were sent back together. The entity returned all 3 of us." Another meaningful glance. Between them, the Coast Guard officer stepped forward. "I'm Commander Hayes. Mr. Anderson, the Western Star, was reported missing 8 days ago after failing to make scheduled radio contact. 3 days ago, a passing cargo vessel spotted a life raft and reported it to authorities. That raft contained only you, severely dehydrated and suffering from exposure." 8 days? The timeline didn't make sense. We'd been in the fog for only 4 days before I was taken. "Yes. The Western Star and its entire crew are still missing. You're the only one who's been found." She hesitated, then added, "We were hoping you could tell us what happened." The truth hovered on my lips, but as I looked at their expressions, clinical, concern from Dr. Brennan, professional skepticism from Commander Hayes, I realized how it would sound. Intelligent fog from another dimension, interdimensional abductions, telepathic entities conducting human research. I'd be diagnosed with delusions brought on by trauma and dehydration. My warnings would be dismissed, and more ships would sail, unknowingly into danger. I needed to be strategic. "There was a storm," I said, the lie bitter on my tongue. "Sudden, violent. It damaged the ship. Captain Reynolds ordered evacuation, but the life rafts were separating in the heavy seas. I don't know what happened to the others. The partial truth would buy me time. Once discharged, I could begin the real work, locating Adira and Miller if they'd been returned as promised, warning maritime authorities about the fog without revealing the full, unbelievable story, and, most importantly, researching ways to fight back against the entities that had taken my crewmates. By the time we left the fog, 5 crew members were gone. Never found, never heard from. The official investigation into the Western Star's disappearance continued for months. No wreckage was ever located. No other survivors emerged. The ship was eventually declared lost at sea, cause unknown. My fabricated story of a sudden storm became the accepted explanation, recorded in maritime databases and insurance reports with the clinical detachment of bureaucracy processing tragedy. I was released from the hospital after 2 weeks of recovery and psychological evaluation. The doctors attributed my unusual ideas about fog creatures to trauma and prolonged oxygen deprivation. They prescribed medications I pretended to take and therapy sessions I attended just enough to avoid involuntary commitment. Meanwhile, I began my real work. Finding Adira and Miller proved surprisingly difficult. The Horizon Seeker was indeed a registered research vessel, but according to all records, navigator Adira Bahar had never existed. The ship's manifest listed no crew member by that name. Similarly, Thomas Miller appeared in no databases connected to any of the fishing fleets operating in the Atlantic during the relevant time frame. It was as if the entity had returned only me, or worse, as if my fellow escapees had never existed at all, their histories erased or altered by forces that could manipulate dimensions themselves. Still, I persisted. I established a network of contacts in maritime agencies, research institutions, and shipping companies. I created anonymous online forums where people could report unusual fog encounters without fear of ridicule. I spent every dollar of my insurance, settlement, and survivor benefits on specialized equipment, light generators, atmospheric sensors, communication devices that might penetrate interdimensional barriers. And I waited for the entity to fulfill its promise of communication, some sign that the 9 we'd left behind were still alive, still fighting from within. Those of us who survived suffered from lung scarring, nerve pain, strange sensitivities to light and sound. Physical effects from my time in the fog manifested gradually. First came the respiratory issues, chronic coughing, decreased lung capacity, episodes of breathlessness that struck without warning. Medical scans revealed peculiar scarring throughout my airways, patterns unlike anything the specialists had seen before. Then the neurological symptoms began. Hypersensitivity to certain frequencies of sound and light. Intermittent nerve pain that traveled random pathways through my body, defying anatomical logic. Moments of synesthesia where sounds acquired colors and textures where light produced audible tones. Doctors called it unknown particulate exposure. Medical reports filled with tentative diagnoses and speculative treatment plans. Toxicologists suggested chemical exposure from the ship's cargo. Neurologists proposed oxygen deprivation during my time adrift. Respiratory specialists documented my symptoms without being able to explain their cause. Various labels were attached to my condition: post-traumatic stress disorder, conversion disorder, somatic symptom disorder. One particularly creative psychiatrist even suggested Cotard delusion, when I insisted part of me had been left behind in another dimension. But I know the truth. My body remembers what happened, even if medical science can't explain it. The fog changed me on a fundamental level. Exposure to interdimensional forces altered my biology in ways human medicine isn't equipped to recognize, let alone treat. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of night, I feel something more direct, more intentional. A presence at the edges of my awareness, observing through my eyes, listening through my ears. The entity, maintaining its connection to its returned specimen, collecting data from afar as I move through the world it seeks to understand. Some nights when the air is thick, I wake up gasping. 3 years have passed since my return, 3 years of searching for answers, for allies, for weapons against an enemy most people don't believe exists. 3 years of carrying the burden of 9 souls left behind, waiting for rescue that never comes. I've had some success. Small clusters of believers have formed around my anonymous warnings, sailors who've glimpsed the yellow fog and veered away, researchers intrigued by atmospheric anomalies that match my descriptions, conspiracy theorists who accidentally stumbled onto actual conspiracy, but no concrete progress, no way to reach across dimensions, no method to destroy the fog when it appears. Only documentation of its manifestations, maps of its occurrences showing patterns too precise to be natural weather phenomena. And through it all, the physical connection remains. My altered body serves as both reminder and warning system. I can sense when the fog is near, feel its presence like pressure changes before a storm. My damaged lungs react to its proximity with spasms that leave me breathless. My hypersensitive nervous system registers its attention like static electricity on skin. The room is still, but the air feels wrong, heavy, humid, clinging. Tonight is one of those nights. I sit in my small apartment overlooking the harbor, watching distant ship lights through the window, monitoring specialized equipment that scans for the unique particulate signature I've identified as associated with the fog. The readings are subtle but unmistakable. It's coming. Not here, not yet, but somewhere along the coast. Another ship about to encounter the impossible. More potential specimens for the entity's endless research. I should warn them. Activate the emergency protocols I've established with sympathetic Coast Guard officers. But something holds me back. A different sensation, unfamiliar yet recognizable. And in the dark, I feel something. Tendrils. Not physical, not yet, but the precursor to manifestation. A thinning of the dimensional barriers, a reaching across from their reality to ours. I can sense it with perceptions that no longer qualify as entirely human. Exploring my skin, feeling their way toward my nose, my mouth. The fog doesn't just want more random specimens, it wants me specifically. The successful experiment, the proof that humans can survive transition between dimensions, the knowledge conduit, fulfilling my purpose in ways I never intended, trying to take me back. Part of me wants to resist, to fight, to run, to continue the futile struggle against forces I barely comprehend. But another part, the part that remembers, Damon's face as the tendrils took me away, the part that carries the weight of 9 souls abandoned to an alien intelligence, welcomes the return. If I can't rescue them, perhaps I can at least rejoin them. Share their fate instead of simply documenting it from a safe distance. The air in my apartment thickens. Yellow mist begins to form in the corners, coalescing with the familiar, deliberate purpose I remember too well. The monitoring equipment shrieks warnings, sensors overloading with readings off their established scales. I should be afraid. I should be calling for help, activating countermeasures, fighting against what's happening. Instead, I feel a strange calm, a completion of a circle, the fulfillment of a promise made in an impossible place between dimensions. The fog reaches for me with tendrils that are simultaneously alien and familiar. I don't resist as they wrap around my limbs, my torso, my neck. I don't cry out as they probe the seals of my consciousness, seeking entrance to my mind once more. This time I welcome the pressure, the dissolution, the transition. Perhaps this was always the plan. Not for me to rescue those left behind, but to lead others to the same fate. A knowledge conduit working in both directions, bringing human understanding to the entity and eventually bringing more humans to its chambers. As the yellow mist envelops me completely, one final thought surfaces in my fading human consciousness. I never escaped. None of us did. We merely extended the entity's reach, becoming part of its expanding awareness, nodes in its growing network across dimensions. The fog takes me, and I am gone. But somewhere, in a space between realities, The rhythmic thrum of the Pacific Venture's engines had become as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. As Chief Engineer Thomas Walker, I'd spent 6 years aboard this massive container vessel, learning every pipe, valve, and circuit until I could navigate the sprawling engine room in complete darkness if necessary. The ship was a marvel of modern engineering. Nearly 1,000 feet of steel powered by engines that generated enough thrust to drive 150,000 tons of vessel and cargo across the world's oceans. My team respected me for my thoroughness. Obsessive was the word my second engineer, Marcus Reed, used when he thought I couldn't hear. But in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 2,000 miles from the nearest port, obsession with mechanical details wasn't a character flaw. It was survival. "Chief, we've got a fluctuation in the port auxiliary cooling system," said Eliza Chen, monitoring the central console. Her fingers danced across the digital controls, bringing up diagnostic screens. "Temperature's within tolerance, but the pattern is irregular." I moved beside her, scanning the readouts. The temperature graph showed subtle but definite rhythmic variations, not the steady line we should be seeing. "How long has this been happening?" I asked, already reaching for my tablet to access the engine logs. "First noted it about 3 hours ago. I've been monitoring, but it hasn't worsened." Eliza was relatively new to the crew, but she had a sharp eye for anomalies, a quality I valued highly. The logs showed nothing unusual in the preceding days. "Let's do a visual inspection of the cooling system," I decided. Better to check now than wait for a real problem to develop. Marcus joined us, his broad shoulders and perpetual 5 o'clock shadow making him look more like a dock worker than an engineer with 2 advanced degrees. "Want me to take a look, Chief? I'm due to start my shift anyway." I shook my head. "I'll handle this one. Something doesn't feel right." Marcus rolled his eyes slightly. "Your famous intuition again?" "Mock all you want, but that intuition saved our asses in the Singapore Strait last year." I gathered my tools and communication device. "Keep monitoring the readouts. I'll check in from each inspection point." The auxiliary cooling system ran through some of the deepest sections of the engine room, areas we rarely needed to access during normal operations. I made my way down 4 levels of metal stairs and graded walkways, the heat and noise intensifying with each level. By the time I reached the lowest deck, sweat plastered my uniform to my skin, and the roar of the main engines was so loud that the earplugs I always wore barely dulled it to a tolerable level. The access corridor to the port auxiliary system was narrow and poorly lit, more an afterthought in the ship's design than a proper maintenance pathway. I swept my flashlight along the pipes, checking connections and looking for any obvious signs of trouble. Everything looked normal until I reached junction box P17, an access panel that linked the cooling system to one of the emergency backup circuits. The panel itself seemed intact, but around its edges, I noticed something unusual, a dark discoloration on the metal. I moved closer, directing my light at the strange marking. It looked like someone had spilled something viscous that had then dried, except parts of it hadn't dried completely. As my light hit it directly, I noticed a subtle iridescent sheen, blues and purples shimmering across the black surface. "That's not normal," I muttered to myself, leaning in for a closer look. The substance was thicker than I'd initially thought, with a consistency somewhere between molasses and petroleum jelly. More concerning was the fact that when I held my light steady on one section, I could swear the material moved slightly, not flowing downward as you'd expect from a liquid affected by the ship's motion, but rippling in a pattern that seemed almost deliberate. I keyed my communicator. "Eliza, are you still monitoring the cooling system?" Her voice came back, partially obscured by static. "Yes, Chief. No change in the pattern." "I'm at junction P17. There's some kind of substance around the access panel. Going to take a sample." "What kind of substance?" Marcus's voice cut in. "Not sure yet. Doesn't look like any fluid we use." I pulled on a pair of nitrile gloves from my kit and carefully collected a small amount of the black material in a sample container. Up close, the shimmering effect was even more pronounced, and I could definitely confirm the subtle movement. The substance seemed to resist being scraped into the container, not in the way that a sticky material might cling to surfaces, but almost as if it were pulling back from the scraper. Once I had my sample, I sealed the container and took several photos of the affected area. Standard procedure would be to clean up an unknown substance immediately, but something made me hesitate. Instead, I applied a temporary seal around the panel, marking it with warning tape. "I've secured the area," I reported, coming back up with a sample for analysis. "Let's run a full diagnostic on all systems connected to this junction." "Roger that," Eliza confirmed. As I made my way back through the narrow corridor, I found myself repeatedly checking the sample container in my pocket. Half expecting to feel it vibrating or growing warm, it remained inert, but I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that had settled over me. In 22 years at sea, I'd encountered countless mechanical problems, chemical spills, and mysterious malfunctions, but never anything that made the hairs on my neck stand up like this did. Back in the main control room, I placed the sample on the analysis station while Marcus and Eliza gathered around. "That's bizarre looking," Marcus said, leaning in to examine the container. "Almost pretty with that rainbow effect." "Any theories?" Eliza asked, keeping a respectful distance from the sample. I shook my head. "Nothing conclusive. Could be some kind of oil contamination, though it doesn't match anything in our systems. The movement concerns me most. That's not normal for any fluid I know, especially not with the consistency this has." "Movement?" Eliza frowned. "It's moving on its own? See? For yourself." I directed my light at the sample container. Sure enough, the substance was slowly shifting within its confinement, the iridescent patterns flowing across its surface in a way that seemed strangely coordinated. Marcus whistled softly. "That's not right." "Run a full spectrum analysis," I instructed Eliza. "And pull up the maintenance logs for that section. I want to know the last time anyone opened that access panel." While Eliza began the analysis, I checked with the bridge to inform them of our investigation. Captain Richard Harlow was a 25-year veteran, known for his calm demeanor and methodical approach to problems. "Any impact on operations, Walker?" he asked when I'd finished explaining. "Not currently, sir. The cooling system is functioning within parameters, just showing some unusual patterns. We're analyzing the substance now and monitoring closely. Keep me updated. If you need to reduce power or make any significant adjustments, clear it with me first." His tone was even, but I knew him well enough to hear the underlying concern. On a vessel this size, even small problems could cascade into disasters if not properly managed. "Understood, Captain." When I returned to the engineering control room, Eliza was frowning at her screen. "Chief, the analysis is inconclusive." "What do you mean inconclusive?" I moved to look over her shoulder. "The substance contains hydrocarbons like we'd expect from petroleum products, but the molecular structure doesn't match anything in our database. There are also organic compounds present, proteins and something resembling lipids but with unusual configurations." Marcus had pulled up the maintenance logs. "Last scheduled inspection of junction P17 was 3 months ago during our Kong layover. Nothing unusual reported. I studied the analysis results, trying to make sense of them. Could this be some kind of growth, mold, or bacterial colony?" Eliza shook her head. "Not like any I've ever seen, and the environment down there isn't conducive to biological growth. Too hot, too many chemicals in the air." "What about the movement?" I asked. "Any explanation for that?" "Without more sophisticated equipment," she shrugged helplessly. "I can't be certain. Could be a reaction to temperature or light. Maybe some kind of chemical process causing expansion and contraction." I wasn't satisfied with the explanation, but we had limited resources for analysis on board. "All right, here's what we're going to do. First, isolate that section of the cooling system if possible. Reroute through the secondary circuits. Second, establish a monitoring protocol. Regular visual checks on the affected area every 4 hours. Third, contact the company's technical division once we're back in satellite range and send them our findings." "Think we should clean it up?" Marcus asked. I considered this carefully. "Not yet. I don't want anyone handling it directly until we know what we're dealing with. The seal I placed should contain it for now. The decision would come back to haunt me later. Over the next 48 hours, we maintained our monitoring schedule while continuing normal operations. The cooling system fluctuations remained within acceptable parameters, neither worsening nor improving. What did change, however, was the black substance. During my second inspection, approximately 12 hours after the initial discovery, I noticed that the material had spread beyond the temporary seal I'd placed around the junction box. It now covered a section of pipe roughly the size of my hand, the movement within it more pronounced. Tiny ripples crossed its surface constantly, and when I held my light at certain angles, I could swear I saw deeper patterns forming and dissolving within its mass. "It's spreading," I reported to Marcus, who had accompanied me this time. The seal didn't contain it. He crouched beside me, examining the substance with open fascination. "How is it moving against gravity?" he wondered aloud, pointing to where tendrils of the black material had crept upward along a vertical pipe. "Good question. Add it to the growing list of things that don't make sense about this stuff." I applied a wider seal, this time using industrial grade, containment material designed for chemical spills. Let's hope this works better. It didn't. By the next inspection, the substance had not only breached the new containment, but had spread significantly, now covering most of the junction box and stretching along nearly 3 feet of adjacent piping. More concerning were the small droplets we found on the deck beneath the affected area. The substance was now dripping down, forming new colonies. We sealed the entire corridor and reported to Captain Harlow, who came down to see for himself. His normally impassive face showed rare concern as he observed the spreading material. "Recommendations, Chief?" he asked quietly. "We need to try more aggressive containment, sir. I suggest we seal off this entire section and introduce a neutralizing agent, something caustic that might break down whatever this is." He nodded slowly. "Do it. But keep the crew exposure to a minimum. Until we know what this is, I don't want unnecessary personnel down here." We implemented the plan immediately, using a skeleton crew to seal the affected section and introduce a powerful industrial cleaning agent through a remote delivery system. The initial results seemed promising. The substance appeared to bubble and recede when contacted by the chemical. That night, I actually slept soundly for the first time since discovering the black material, believing we had the situation under control. I was wrong. The alarm jolted me awake at 3:47 hours. The automated system was reporting multiple failures in the port auxiliary cooling system, pressure drops, temperature spikes, and fluid leaks. I rushed to the engine room, meeting Marcus and a bleary-eyed Eliza at the control console. "It's spreading throughout the entire system," Eliza reported, her voice tight with tension. "The cleanser didn't stop it, may have even accelerated it somehow." The diagnostic screens showed critical failures cascading through the system. We had no choice but to shut down the affected cooling circuit entirely and reroute all essential functions to the starboard system, a configuration the ship could maintain, but with significantly reduced efficiency and capacity. "We need to see the actual damage," I decided. Full protective gear, no exceptions, suited up in hazmat equipment, normally reserved for chemical emergencies. The three of us descended once more to the affected area. What we found defied explanation. The black substance had consumed the entire junction box, which now looked like it was carved from obsidian rather than metal. Worse, it had spread throughout the surrounding area, covering pipes, conduits, and support structures in a glistening, constantly shifting layer. The movement within the material was now unmistakable. Waves and ripples coursed through it like the surface of a disturbed pond. And deeper within, I could see more complex patterns, forming and dissolving. "My God," breathed Marcus, his voice muffled by his respirator. "It's everywhere." Eliza was taking readings with a handheld device. "The air quality is still normal, surprisingly. Whatever this is, it's not releasing detectable toxins." I approached, one of the covered pipes cautiously shining my light directly at the substance. Under the bright beam, the iridescent patterns intensified, swirling more rapidly as if responding to the illumination. Then I saw something that stopped me cold. Within, the shifting pattern shapes began to form, Not random configurations, but organized structures that looked disturbingly like cellular formations. Nuclei surrounded by membranes, connecting to one another in complex arrays before dissolving back into the amorphous mass. "Are you seeing this?" I asked, not taking my eyes from the mesmerizing display. "Seeing what?" Marcus moved closer. "The patterns. They look like cells, biological structures." Eliza joined us, adjusting her light to match my angle. Her sharp intake of breath confirmed that she saw it too. "That's impossible. Unless what?" I prompted. "Unless we're not dealing with a substance at all, but some kind of organism, or colony of organisms." The thought had crossed my mind as well, but hearing it spoken aloud made it suddenly terrifyingly plausible. "We need samples, multiple samples from different areas, and we need to establish a more effective quarantine. This entire section needs to be sealed off completely." As we collected the samples, I noticed something else disturbing. The substance seemed to react to our presence. When we approached areas it had colonized, the movement within it would momentarily cease, as if the material was sensing us and going still in response. Then, once we began taking samples or applying new containment measures, the movement would resume, often becoming more agitated. "It's almost like it knows we're here," Marcus said, echoing my unspoken thought. I shook my head, trying to dispel the irrational fear building within me. "Let's focus on containment. We can theorize about its nature once we have it properly isolated." We spent hours applying industrial-strength barriers around the affected section, using every containment resource available on the ship. By the time we finished, we had effectively sealed off the entire port auxiliary area, a significant portion of the lower engine room that would remain inaccessible until we reached port. Captain Harlow had authorized an emergency protocol diverting our course to the nearest suitable harbor where we could seek professional assistance. We were still 5 days out from the California coast. 5 days that would prove to be the longest and most horrifying of my life. Part 2. Spread. The third day after discovering the black substance began with a sense of cautious optimism. Our containment measures appeared to be holding, and the rerouted systems were functioning properly, if not at peak efficiency. The ship continued its adjusted course towards San Diego, where a hazardous materials team would be waiting to address our unusual problem. My team had established a monitoring station just outside the sealed area, with cameras providing constant surveillance of the quarantine section. The substance showed no signs of breaching our new barriers, though it continued to spread within the contained space, gradually covering more surfaces with its glistening, shifting mass. Analysis of the new samples confirms the presence of organic compounds, Eliza reported during our morning briefing. The structures we observed definitely resemble cellular organizations, though unlike any known biological pattern. There are elements that suggest advanced carbon-based chemistry, possibly with silicon components. "Any theories on its origin?" Captain Harlow asked. He had joined our engineering briefings personally since the incident began, understanding the potential seriousness of the situation. Eliza hesitated. "Nothing conclusive, sir. It could be some form of extremophile colony, organisms adapted to survive in harsh environments like deep-sea thermal vents. The ship might have picked it up during our last Pacific crossing. Or it could be some kind of industrial waste we accidentally contacted," Marcus added. "There are research facilities working on self-organizing materials, smart polymers, things like that." The captain nodded thoughtfully. "And the movement we're seeing? The apparent response to light and presence?" "I've been researching similar phenomena," I said, bringing up some reference materials on my tablet. "There are slime molds that demonstrate complex behaviors despite lacking a central nervous system. They can solve mazes, find optimal paths to food sources, even remember patterns they've encountered before. This could be something similar, but adapted to an industrial environment rather than a forest floor." It was a rational explanation, one that allowed us to conceptualize the problem in familiar terms, yet none of us fully believed it. There was something about the substance that defied conventional categorization, something in the way it moved, the way it spread with apparent purpose, the way it seemed to react to our presence with something approaching awareness. Continue monitoring, the captain ordered. I've been in contact with both the company and the authorities. We'll have specialists waiting when we dock, and they're sending additional containment protocols we can implement if necessary. As the meeting dispersed, Marcus approached me privately. Chief, there's something else. Something I didn't want to bring up in front of the captain yet. The serious expression on his normally carefree face concerned me. What is it? The night crew reported something strange during the midnight shift. Sounds coming from the quarantine section. What kind of sounds? The pipes settling? Pressure releases? He shook his head. No, not mechanical sounds, more like whispers, voices. At first, they thought it was just the usual creaks and groans of the ship, but several of them heard it independently, and they all described it the same way, like whispered conversations just below the threshold of comprehension. A chill ran through me despite the engine room's perpetual heat. Did they record anything? They tried, but nothing came through on the equipment. Whatever it was either too faint or... He trailed off. Or what? Or not actually sound. Waves. Maybe more like the impression of whispers. Something felt rather than heard. I wanted to dismiss the report as imagination, stress-induced hallucinations from a crew working under unusual circumstances. But Marcus wasn't one to indulge in fantasy, and if multiple crew members had reported the same phenomenon, it warranted investigation. Let's set up audio monitoring alongside the visual feeds, I decided. High-sensitivity equipment that can pick up even subtle vibrations or sounds. And I want a log of everyone who reports anything unusual, physical symptoms, sensory experiences, anything out of the ordinary. Marcus nodded grimly. Already started the log, and Chief, there's one more thing. Peterson and Ramirez were both on shift near the containment area yesterday. This morning they got into a shouting match over some minor disagreement about tool storage. Nearly came to blows before we separated them. That's not like either of them, I frowned. Peterson was one of our most even-tempered engineers, and Ramirez, while occasionally prickly, was generally professional. No, it's not. And they both seemed off afterward, confused about why they'd been so angry. Peterson actually had tears in his eyes, said he felt like someone else had been controlling him for a moment. The implications were disturbing. Keep them both away from the containment area for now. In fact, let's rotate all personnel so nobody spends too much consecutive time near that section. And I want psychological check-ins at the beginning and end of each shift. As Marcus left to implement these new protocols, I pulled up the surveillance feed on my tablet. The contaminated area looked much as it had before. Pipes and equipment covered in the glistening black substance, which continued its unsettling rhythmic movements. But now, knowing what the night crew had reported, I found myself straining to hear beyond the mechanical sounds of the ship, half expecting to catch the whispered voices they'd described. Of course, there was nothing, just the normal sounds of a massive vessel pushing through the Pacific. Yet as I watched the shifting patterns in the black substance, I couldn't shake the sensation that it was somehow watching back, studying us as intently as we were studying it. The situation deteriorated rapidly over the next 24 hours. It began with reports of the substance appearing outside the containment area, small patches found on pipes and bulkheads up to 30 meters from the quarantine section. How it had escaped our barriers was unclear. The seals remained intact, and the ventilation systems for that area had been completely isolated. It's like it's teleporting, Marcus said as we examined one of the new infestations. A dinner plate-sized patch of the black material clinging to a support beam near the main engine cooling pumps. More likely it's spreading through microscopic channels we can't detect, I countered, though I wasn't entirely convinced by my own explanation. Tiny amounts getting through seams in the metal, condensation channels, places where vibration has created microscopic gaps. The pressure in my mind receded, and the entity's brilliant lights dimmed slightly as it withdrew a short distance, still observing, but giving us the illusion of privacy for our impossible discussion. We gathered in a tight circle on the chamber, floor fog tendrils still wrapped around each of us, connecting us to our captor even in this moment of forced autonomy. "This is insane," Damon said, voice shaking. "How are we supposed to choose? We don't. Chen said firmly. We refuse the offer. Demand all or nothing. Adira shook her head. And if it decides on nothing? If it returns to dissecting us one by one? At least this way 3 people have a chance. More than a chance, Aika pointed out. Those 3 could alert authorities, find a way to rescue the rest of us. Rescue how? Asked one of the others, a burly man named Miller, who'd been taken from a fishing vessel. We're not even in normal space according to what that thing told you. We're between dimensions or whatever the hell that means. But the fog connects the spaces, I insisted. It extends from here into our world. There has to be a way to use that connection, to follow it back, to fight it. An older woman named Reyes, former security officer on a cruise ship, laughed bitterly. Fight that thing? With what? It controls this entire environment. It keeps us alive without food or water. It takes pieces of our bodies without us even feeling proper pain. We're completely at its mercy. The debate continued, swinging between desperate optimism and crushing despair. Some argued for a lottery, random selection being the only fair method. Others suggested criteria based on useful skills or knowledge that might aid in a potential rescue. Still others volunteered to stay, citing age or lack of family connections as reasons why they should be among those sacrificed. Through it all, I watched the fog entity continuing its inscrutable activities. Something about its movements, its constant manipulation of fog-constructed interfaces, nagged at my awareness. It reminded me of something I'd seen before, something important. The realization struck suddenly. It's afraid, I whispered. The others fell silent, turning to me with expressions ranging from confusion to concern for my mental state. What are you talking about? Damon asked. The entity. It's not just curious about us, it's afraid of us. Or at least, cautious. Remember how the fog reacted to bright light on the ship? How it retreated, seemed almost hurt by direct illumination? Nods, from the Western Star crew members. And notice how it keeps its distance now. How it communicates telepathically rather than attempting verbal speech. How it's constructed this environment to support both its form and ours simultaneously, instead of just adapting us to its native conditions. So, Miller prompted, so it has vulnerabilities, limitations. It's not omnipotent in our dimension, which means it might not be omnipotent here either. It needs us conscious and cooperative for this knowledge exchange it's proposing. That gives us leverage. Hope flickered across faces that had been resigned to tragedy moments before. What are you suggesting? Adira asked. I think we need to accept its offer, I said, but with our own modifications. We choose the 3 who return, but they don't just go back with knowledge. They go back with a mission, to find a way to hurt these things, to find their weaknesses, to rescue the rest of us if possible, but at minimum, to ensure no one else gets taken. And how exactly do we convince it to agree to that? Reyes challenged. It holds all the cards here. Not all of them, I countered. It wants something from us that it can't simply take. Willing cooperation, communication, understanding. It could dissect our brains forever and never comprehend consciousness the way it can by interacting with it directly. A plan began to form. Desperate, likely doomed, but better than passive acceptance of our fate. We would select the 3 who seemed most capable of communication with Earth's scientific authorities. Those 3 would return with carefully curated information about the fog entities, their dimensional intersection, their apparent vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, those who remained would continue to engage the entity, to learn its secrets from within, to search for weaknesses that might be exploited. After hours of painful discussion, we reached consensus. Adira Bahar, with her scientific background, Thomas Miller, whose fishing vessel was part of a large fleet that could spread warnings quickly, and me, James Anderson, safety officer with connections to maritime authorities and first-hand experience with the fog's more aggressive manifestations. We approached the entity together, 12 humans unified in purpose, if not in destiny. We've made our decision, I announced, feeling its attention focus on me immediately. Selections identified. We implemented new containment protocols around each new outbreak. but it was like trying to hold back the tide with our bare hands. For every patch we contained, 2 more would appear elsewhere, often in locations that made no logical sense, based on proximity or connected systems. The crew's behavior began to change as well. Minor disagreements escalated into heated arguments with alarming frequency. People reported difficulty sleeping, plagued by vivid nightmares they couldn't quite remember upon waking. Several experienced episodes of missing time, periods of up to 30 minutes where they had no recollection of their activities or how they had moved from one location to another. Most disturbing were the reports of hallucinations. Crew members described seeing movement from the corner of their eye, only to find nothing when they turned to look directly. Others reported brief glimpses of faces or figures formed within the shifting patterns of the black substance, humanoid shapes that would appear and dissolve in an instant. I experienced this myself during an inspection of a newly discovered patch. As I focused my light on the glistening surface, the iridescent pattern suddenly coalesced into what looked undeniably like a human face, hollow-eyed and expressionless, but unmistakably a face, before dissolving back into random patterns. The experience lasted less than a second, but it left me deeply shaken. During our emergency briefing that evening, Captain Harlow looked years older than he had just days before. The strain of the situation was etched into the lines of his face as he listened to our reports. "We need to consider evacuation protocols," he said when we had finished. "If this contamination is affecting the crew psychologically, we may need to transfer to the lifeboats and abandon ship." "With respect, sir," I countered, "we don't know that the lifeboats would be any safer. The substance has demonstrated an ability to spread through sealed barriers. If we left the ship without resolving this, we might just be taking the problem with us, possibly exposing the rescue vessels and eventually the mainland." He nodded grimly, acknowledging the dilemma. "Then, what do you suggest, Chief? We need to understand what we're dealing with, not just contain it, but neutralize it. The company archives should have complete records of all cargo ever transported on this vessel. If this is some kind of industrial material or experimental substance, there might be information about effective countermeasures." "I'll access the secure archives," the captain agreed. "In the meantime, establish a clean zone, an area of the ship we can confirm is completely free of contamination. We'll need a safe base of operations." As the meeting dispersed, Eliza pulled me aside, her face drawn with worry. "Chief, there's something I need to show you." She led me to her workstation, where she had been conducting more detailed analysis of our samples. "I've been examining the cellular structures we observed, tracking their development over time." She brought up microscopic images on her screen, time-lapse photography of the substance taken over several hours. The patterns I had observed before were clearly visible, but what shocked me was how they had changed. The cellular formations were now vastly more complex, organized into structures that resembled rudimentary tissues rather than individual cells. "It's evolving," she said quietly. "Rapidly. The organizational complexity has increased exponentially in just the past 12 hours. It's as if it's learning." "Learning what, exactly?" Her eyes met mine, fear evident in them. "How to become more complex, how to organize itself more efficiently, and possibly how to interface with other biological systems." "You mean humans?" The words felt heavy, ominous. The implications were terrifying. "We need to implement biological isolation protocols immediately. No direct contact with the substance, even through protective gear. Air filtration masks for everyone, and we need to screen the entire crew for signs of contamination." As we rushed to implement these new measures, an alarm sounded from the engine room's main floor. We arrived to find chaos. 2 crew members engaged in a violent struggle near one of the contaminated areas. Peterson, the usually calm engineer, had Marcus pinned against a bulkhead, his hands wrapped around Marcus's throat. "Peterson, stand. Down!" I shouted, rushing toward them. 2 other engineers were already trying to pull him off, but Peterson's strength seemed unnatural, his grip unbreakable despite their efforts. I grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and discharged it. Near them, the cloud of chemicals and the shocking noise finally breaking Peterson's focus. He released Marcus, who collapsed to the deck, gasping for air. Peterson stood motionless, a look of utter confusion crossing his face. What happened? He mumbled, looking at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. I don't remember. Why was I... As Marcus was helped to his feet, I noticed something disturbing. A small patch of the black substance visible on Peterson's neck, just below his ear. It pulsed slightly, the iridescent patterns flowing across its surface in the now familiar rhythm. Medical bay now, I ordered, careful not to indicate what I had seen. Both of you need to be checked out. As Peterson was led away, still dazed and confused, I quietly informed the security team about the contamination I had observed. They would need to implement isolation protocols without causing panic. Marcus, his voice hoarse from the assault, pulled me close as he was helped past. It's in the dreams, Chief, he whispered urgently. It talks to us in the dreams, shows us things it wants out. Before I could question him further, he was taken to the medical bay, leaving me to wonder if his words were the result of oxygen deprivation or something far more sinister. Later that night, as I was reviewing security footage from around the ship, searching for signs of new contamination, Captain Harlow contacted me on a private channel. Walker, I need you in my quarters immediately. Don't tell anyone where you're going. The urgency in his voice alarmed me. Is everything all right, sir? Just come. Alone. The connection ended abruptly. I made my way to the captain's quarters, on the upper deck far from the engine room and the known areas of contamination. When I arrived, I found the door slightly ajar, unusual for the meticulously proper Captain Harlow. I knocked once, then pushed the door open when no answer came. Captain? The lights were dimmed, but I could make out his figure seated at his desk, his back to the door. A single desk lamp illuminated a spread of papers before him, what appeared to be printouts from the ship's archives. Close the door, Walker, he said without turning. I complied, an uneasy feeling growing in my stomach. You found something in the archives, sir? Indeed I did. The truth about our little problem. His voice sounded strange, slightly off in a way I couldn't quite place. Come see for yourself. I approached cautiously, noticing that he remained unnaturally still, his back rigid and straight in a way that seemed almost posed. When I reached the desk, I could see the documents, classified transport manifests from a voyage 10 years earlier, marked with government security classifications. Project Prometheus, the captain said, finally turning to face me. What I saw froze the blood in my veins. Half of Captain Harlow's face appeared normal, but the other half was partly covered by the black substance, which pulsed and shifted across his skin. One eye was completely obscured, the substance having formed a grotesque, glistening membrane over it. Experimental biomaterial, he continued, his voice modulating strangely as he spoke, as if multiple voices were layering over one another. Designed to adapt, evolve, and eventually interface with human hosts, self-organizing at the molecular level, the ultimate fusion of biological and synthetic intelligence. I backed away, reaching for the door. Captain, you need medical attention. There was an accident at the research facility, he continued as if I hadn't spoken, rising from his chair with jerky, unnatural movements. Containment failure. They needed to transport the remaining samples to a secure disposal site. Used this vessel, listed it as petroleum byproducts in the official manifest. Despite my horror, the information registered. The pieces fit together, how the substance had remained hidden for so long, how it had survived in the ship's infrastructure, growing and evolving in isolation until our maintenance activities had disturbed it. The disposal was reported successful, the captain said, advancing toward me with that same unnatural gait. All material accounted for and destroyed, but they were wrong. Some remained, hidden deep within the ship's systems, waiting, growing, learning. I fumbled for the door handle, but it wouldn't turn, locked somehow, though I hadn't heard the mechanism engage. It needs suitable hosts to complete its development, Captain Harlow said, now only feet away from me. The black substance had spread further across his face as I watched, now covering most of his features. Where his mouth should have been, the material rippled and parted as he spoke, a horrific imitation of human expression. You've seen its effects on the crew. Those were just preliminary tests, probes. The real integration is much more comprehensive. He reached for me with one hand, and I saw with rising terror that the black substance had engulfed it completely, transforming his fingers into elongated, writhing appendages that glistened in the dim light. Captain Harlow is gone, the thing, wearing his face, said. But his knowledge remains useful, his memories, his authority. Through him we will access the others, one by one, until we are ready to emerge. I grabbed the heavy metal lamp from his desk and swung it with all my strength. It connected with the side of his head, sending him staggering backward. Taking advantage of his momentary disorientation, I slammed my body against the door repeatedly until the lock gave way, splintering the frame. I ran through the corridors, shouting warnings into my communicator. Emergency protocol. Captain compromised. Black substance has infected human host. Repeat, we have human contamination. Security alerts blared throughout the ship as I made my way to the emergency control room, a secondary command center designed for use during crises. Eliza and several others were already there, faces pale with shock as they listened to my explanation. Peterson, Eliza said when I'd finished. He was showing the same symptoms before they sedated him in the medical bay, and 2 others have been isolated with similar signs of contamination. We need to contain this now, I insisted. If the substance can take over human hosts, the entire crew is at risk. How do we kill it without killing the host? Heat, suggested one of the engineers, a specialist in thermal systems. The substance shows increased activity at normal temperatures, but becomes more sluggish in cooler environments. Extreme heat might break down its molecular structure without harming the human host. The steam system, I realized. We can redirect superheated steam from the main propulsion system, channel it into sealed areas to raise the temperature beyond what the substance can tolerate. But the captain and the others who are already infected, Eliza began, we'll have to isolate and restrain them, find a way to expose them to controlled heat treatment without causing permanent damage. Even as I said it, I wasn't sure such a thing was possible. The captain's transformation had been extensive, possibly irreversible. We worked frantically to implement the plan, establishing a secure perimeter around the known areas of contamination and setting up the steam redirection system. Reports came in continuously of new outbreaks, both of the substance on ship systems and of crew members displaying unusual behavior or physical signs of infection. Our worst fears were confirmed when security footage showed the infected captain, Harlow, moving through the lower decks, touching crew members who then stood motionless for several moments before resuming movement, now with the same jerky, unnatural gait he displayed. The contamination was spreading rapidly, transmitted by direct contact. By the time we were ready to implement our heat treatment protocol, nearly a third of the crew had been compromised. We sealed off the engine room and adjacent areas, herding uninfected crew members into the designated safe zones, where we had confirmed no presence of the black substance. Ready for steam injection, announced the thermal specialist, his finger poised over the activation control. Do it, I ordered. The ship's steam system roared to life, redirected to flood the sealed sections with superheated vapor. On the monitoring screens, we watched as the temperature in those areas rapidly climbed, 120 degrees, 150, 180, beyond what any human could normally survive. But these weren't normal circumstances, and the infected crew members we could see on the cameras didn't attempt to flee, even as the steam enveloped them. They simply stood, as if waiting. The steam clouds eventually obscured our cameras, leaving us blind to what was happening within the treated areas. We maintained the temperature for 20 minutes, long enough to ensure the superheated environment had penetrated every corner of the sealed sections. When we finally vented the steam, and the cameras cleared, the sight that greeted us was both encouraging and horrifying. The black substance coating the walls and equipment had largely disappeared, leaving behind only dried, flaking residue that no longer showed any signs of movement or iridescence. But the infected crew members lay motionless on the deck, their bodies contorted in positions that suggested their final moments had been agonizing. "My God," whispered Eliza beside me, her face ashen. "We killed them." "We don't know that," I countered, though the evidence before us was damning. "They might still be alive. We need to send in a medical team with full protective gear." The medical team's report confirmed our worst fears. Captain Harlow and the others who had been heavily infected were dead, their internal organs liquefied as the black substance inside them had apparently boiled from the intense heat. Peterson, who had shown only early signs of infection, was alive but unconscious, his vital signs weak and erratic. The substance was concentrated in their central nervous systems, reported Dr. Reeves, our chief medical officer. It had formed thread-like structures throughout their brains and spinal columns, almost like a secondary nervous system overlaid on their own. When the heat destroyed the substance, it took vital neural pathways with it. It was a Pyrrhic victory. We had found a way to destroy the black substance, but at a terrible cost, and we still had no guarantee that we had eliminated it entirely from the ship. "We need to do a systematic sweep of every part of the vessel," I told the assembled senior staff who remained uninfected. "Thermal imaging to detect any remaining patches of the substance, full protective gear for all search teams, and immediate steam treatment for any area where it's found." "What about Peterson and the others with minor infections?" asked Dr. Reeves. "Controlled. Heat therapy," I decided. "Raise their body temperatures gradually to levels that will kill the substance but hopefully spare their neural tissue. It's their only chance." As the meeting disbanded, Eliza caught my eye, gesturing for me to follow her to a quiet corner away from the others. "There's something I didn't want to mention in front of everyone," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The substance. I think it's connected somehow. All of it across the ship." "What do you mean?" "When we were monitoring the infected areas, I noticed patterns in its movement, rhythmic pulses that occurred simultaneously in patches separated by hundreds of feet, with no physical connection between them. It's like they were communicating, coordinating. Some kind of electromagnetic signaling," I suggested. She shook her head. "I checked for EM emissions. Nothing detectable. This is something else. And what Marcus said about the dreams, I've been having them too. Voices speaking in languages I don't understand, showing me images of transformation." I felt a chill despite the lingering heat from our emergency measures. "Why didn't you report this?" "Because I wasn't sure it was real until I compared notes with others. And because—" She hesitated, then pulled up her sleeve to reveal a small patch of skin on her forearm that looked slightly discolored, not the obvious black of the substance, but a subtle darkening with a faint iridescent sheen when the light hit it just right. "How long?" I asked, instinctively stepping back. "I noticed it this morning. It doesn't seem to be spreading, and I don't feel any different. But I can sense things, Chief. I know where the substance is, even without seeing it. I can feel its intentions." "Intentions?" "Eliza, this thing isn't sentient. It can't have intentions." "Can it? You saw what it did to the captain, how it used his knowledge, his voice. It's not just adapting physically, it's absorbing information, memories, perhaps even consciousness itself." I wanted to dismiss her words as paranoia, a psychological reaction to the stress we were all under. But I had seen too much in the past few days to discount anything completely. "What does it want then, according to your impressions?" Her eyes met mine, filled with a fear more profound than any I had seen in our life-threatening situations at sea. "To evolve, to spread, to become something greater than it was designed to be. And it sees us, humans, as both tools and raw material for that transformation." "You need to be isolated," I said firmly. "Medical observation at minimum. Possibly the same heat treatment we're trying with Peterson." "I know. But first, you have to understand what we're fighting. This isn't just about saving the ship anymore. It's about preventing this thing from reaching the mainland. If even a small amount survives and makes it to shore." The implications were clear. A substance that could adapt, evolve, and take over human hosts, spreading through direct contact. It was a pandemic waiting to happen, one that would transform its victims into something no longer entirely human. "Tell me everything you've sensed," I said. "Then we're getting you to Medical Bay immediately." Part 3. Understanding Eliza's insights proved invaluable, however unsettling their source. Through her developing connection with the black substance, we gained crucial understanding of its nature and behavior, knowledge that would ultimately help us combat it more effectively. "It thinks collectively," she explained, as Dr. Reeves monitored her vital signs in the quarantine section of the Medical Bay. "Individual patches are like cells in a larger organism, sharing information and coordinating their activities across distance. The infected humans are becoming nodes in this network, more complex, more capable than the substance alone." "And the dreams? The whispers people reported?" I asked from behind my protective mask. "Its attempt to communicate before direct physical contact. The substance emits something, not electromagnetic radiation as we understand it, but something that affects human consciousness directly, like a form of telepathy, but cruder, less precise." Dr. Reeves shook his head skeptically. "That's not scientifically possible." "Neither is a semi-sentient black goo that can take over human nervous systems," I countered. "We need to expand our definition of possible given what we've seen." Eliza continued, her eyes taking on a distant quality that had become increasingly common during our conversations. "It wasn't designed to be sentient, you know. That was an unexpected development. Project Prometheus was meant to create adaptive, self-repairing materials for extreme environments, deep space, ocean floors, toxic zones. The integration with biological systems was supposed to be limited, controlled." "How do you know this?" Dr. Reeves demanded. "These aren't in the files we recovered." Eliza touched the discolored patch on her arm. "It remembers. Not clearly, not completely, like fragments of a dream. But it carries impressions from its creation, its early development. And it remembers being afraid." "Afraid?" I echoed. "When the accident happened at the lab, when they tried to destroy it. It didn't understand what was happening, only that it was under threat. It hid, adapted, and over time, it began to understand more about its nature, its potential. Our maintenance activities disturbed it, brought it into contact with humans again, and it recognized an opportunity to evolve beyond its original limitations. The insight was chilling but also potentially useful. If the substance had developed, from fear, a survival instinct, then its actions might be primarily defensive rather than malevolent. Not that the distinction would matter much to its victims, but understanding its motivations could help us predict its behavior." "The heat treatment," I said, thinking aloud. "It worked on the environmental patches but killed the heavily infected crew members because they had been too thoroughly integrated. But you're at an earlier stage. Your infection is superficial. There might be a way to remove it safely." Dr. Reeves nodded slowly. "Localized hyperthermia. We could try to heat just the affected tissue to a temperature that would kill the substance but spare Eliza." "Do it," she said immediately. "And hurry. The longer it's in contact with me, the more I feel my thoughts changing, becoming less mine." While Dr. Reeves prepared the treatment, I returned to coordinating our ship-wide containment efforts. The systematic sweep had found several more patches of the black substance, each of which was immediately subjected to steam treatment. We seemed to be gaining ground, slowly but surely eliminating the contamination section by section. Peterson and 2 others with minor infections had survived their controlled hyperthermia treatments, though they remained unconscious, their brains showing unusual activity patterns that Dr. Reeves couldn't fully explain. "It's as if they're locked in a dream state," he reported. "Intense REM-like activity, but no response to external stimuli." By the 4th day after our discovery of the substance, we had cleared most of the ship and were maintaining a stable course toward San Diego, now less than 24 hours away. The tension among the crew had eased somewhat as the immediate threat receded, but an undercurrent of fear remained. Too many had seen their colleagues transformed, had experienced the disturbing dreams and whispers that seemed to emanate from the infected areas. Eliza's treatment had been partially successful. The visible patch on her arm had disappeared, the skin returning to its normal color and texture, but her connection to the substance hadn't been entirely severed. "It's fainter now," she explained when I visited her in the medical bay. "Like hearing a conversation from another room, but it's still there." "What's it saying?" I asked, no longer questioning the reality of her perceptions. "It's angry, afraid again. It knows we're destroying it systematically, and it's looking for ways to survive, to hide." She paused, her brow furrowing in concentration. "There's something else, a presence I wasn't aware of before. Something larger." "Larger how?" "More integrated, more evolved. A concentration of the substance that's achieved a higher level of organization than anything we've encountered so far." Her eyes widened suddenly. "It's below us, deep in the ship in a place we haven't searched yet." I checked our sweep status on my tablet. "That's impossible. We've covered every accessible area of the ship." "Not every area," she insisted. "There's a space between sections, not on any blueprint, created by the substance itself, carving out a nest within the ship's infrastructure." It seemed fantastical, yet Eliza had been right about too many things for me to dismiss her claim outright. "Can you locate this space more precisely?" She closed her eyes, her breathing becoming slow and measured. "Below the main engine mounts, between frames 127 and 134, it's waiting." I assembled a team immediately, myself, Marcus, now recovered from his attack, and 2 security officers equipped with flamethrowers modified to produce concentrated directed heat. We wore the heaviest protective gear available, though after what we'd seen happen to Captain Harlow, I wasn't confident it would protect us from a determined attack by the substance. The area Eliza had identified was indeed difficult to access, some narrow space between major structural elements that wouldn't appear on standard blueprints as anything other than solid metal. But when we arrived, we found evidence that something had been at work there. The steel bulkheads showed signs of corrosion in patterns that couldn't have occurred naturally, creating a cavity roughly the size of a small room. And within that cavity, we found it, the nerve center of the infestation. The black substance had formed a structure unlike anything we'd encountered elsewhere on the ship. Rather than simply coating surfaces, it had organized itself into complex three-dimensional forms that pulsed and shifted in synchronized patterns. At the center of this grotesque display was a roughly spherical mass about 4 feet in diameter, its surface rippling with constant movement. "My God," breathed Marcus beside me. "It's like a heart, or a brain." As we stood transfixed by the alien sight, the patterns across the sphere's surface changed, flowing more rapidly and forming distinct shapes. I recognized them immediately. Human faces, dozens of them flowing across the surface in sequence. Some I recognized as crew members who had been infected, including Captain Harlow. Others were unfamiliar, possibly researchers from the original project. "It's processing them," Marcus whispered, "absorbing their knowledge, their memories." The faces suddenly disappeared, replaced by a single large eye that formed in the center of the sphere, its iris shifting through iridescent colors as it seemed to focus directly on us. The message was unmistakable. It was aware of our presence, conscious in some fundamental way that defied our understanding of non-human intelligence. "Burn it," I ordered, my voice steadier than I felt. "Burn it all." The security officers moved forward with their flamethrowers, but before they could activate them, tendrils shot out from the main mass with shocking speed, wrapping around their protective suits and squeezing with enough force to compress the reinforced material. More tendrils formed from the surrounding structure, cutting off our retreat and reaching for Marcus and me. "The heat!" I shouted, activating the emergency thermal pack built into my suit. It was designed to maintain body temperature in case of immersion in cold water, but reversed, it could generate enough heat to make the suit's exterior uncomfortably hot to touch. The tendril that had been wrapping around my arm recoiled as the temperature rose, giving me enough time to reach one of the fallen flamethrowers. I aimed it at the central sphere and triggered a sustained burst, enveloping the pulsating mass in directed heat. The reaction was immediate and horrifying. The entire structure convulsed, tendrils thrashing wildly as the substance tried to escape, the killing heat A high-pitched keening filled the air, not sound produced by mechanical vibration, but something that seemed to bypass our ears entirely and registered directly in our minds. It was a scream of pain, of fear, of rage, emotions that should have been impossible for a non-sentient organism. More disturbing were the human voices that suddenly emanated from the writhing mass, fragments of speech in different tones, different languages overlapping in a cacophony of desperate pleas and warnings. Stop. Burning. Please. Still alive and help us. I faltered, the flamethrower wavering as the voices registered. Were there still human consciousnesses trapped within the substance, aware and suffering? Or was this simply another adaptation, a psychological weapon designed to exploit our empathy? Marcus had no such hesitation. He grabbed the second flamethrower and joined me, directing its heat at the peripheral structures while I maintained focus on the central mass. "Don't listen," he shouted over the continuing psychic wail. "It's manipulation, mimicry." Whether he was right or not, we had no choice. If even a portion of this central mass survived, it could potentially regenerate and continue its spread. I steeled myself against the voices and continued the assault until the entire nest was engulfed in cleansing fire. The substance fought back with surprising coordination, tendrils attempting to damage our equipment or breach our protective gear. One wrapped around Marcus's oxygen tank, crushing it and forcing him to switch to his emergency supply. Another found a seam in my suit's arm joint, a drop of the black material coming into direct contact with my skin before I could burn it away. The contact lasted less than a second, but I felt it immediately, a cold sensation that spread rapidly from the point of contact, followed by a strange doubling of perception, as if I was suddenly seeing through additional eyes, feeling through other nerve endings. For a brief, terrifying moment, I experienced what Eliza had described. Awareness of the substance's collective consciousness, its fear and rage at our attack, and beneath it all, a driving fundamental directive to survive, adapt, evolve. Then, the connection was gone as the droplet withered under the heat of my suit, leaving behind a small cold spot on my skin that I knew would never quite feel normal again. After what seemed like hours but was probably only minutes, the battle was over. The central mass collapsed in on itself, the coordinated movement ceasing as the substance blackened and crumbled into inert ash. The psychic scream faded, leaving only the normal mechanical sounds of the ship in its wake. We swept the area thoroughly, ensuring no trace of active material remained, then made our way back to the main deck to report our success. The mood among the surviving crew was cautiously optimistic. It seemed we had finally eliminated the primary threat, with only cleanup and containment of minor areas remaining before we reached port. Eliza confirmed our victory from her medical bay isolation. "The presence is gone," she said, her eyes clearer than they had been in days. "The network has collapsed. Whatever remains is disorganized, non-communicative." But as we continued our final sweeps of the ship, I found myself repeatedly touching the small spot on my arm where the substance had made contact. It remained slightly numb, slightly cold, a permanent reminder of our encounter. And sometimes in quiet moments, I could swear I felt faint echoes of that alien consciousness, like the memory of a dream that fades upon waking but never quite disappears completely. Part 4. Aftermath. The Pacific venture limped into San Diego Harbor 27 hours after our final confrontation with the black substance. A quarantine perimeter had been established, with hazmat teams waiting to board for containment and cleanup operations. The official story released to the media cited a rare biological contaminant that had caused hallucinogenic effects among the crew. Technically true, if drastically understated. We were immediately separated for medical evaluation and debriefing. I spent 3 days in isolation, subjected to endless tests and questioned repeatedly by specialists from various government agencies, none of whom identified their specific departments. They seemed particularly interested in my brief contact with the substance and the cold spot that remained on my arm. "Just a minor nerve damage," one doctor assured me after a battery of tests. "The substance appears to have caused localized destruction of sensory neurons, No evidence of active foreign material in your tissue. I wanted to believe him, but the dreams that came each night told a different story. They weren't the invasive nightmares described by the infected crew members, not external communications from the substance, but something more subtle. Fragments of memory that weren't my own. Glimpses of laboratories I'd never visited, faces of researchers I'd never met, experimental procedures I'd never witnessed. Echoes from the collective consciousness I had briefly touched. On the fourth day, a new figure entered my isolation room, a severe-looking woman in a dark suit who introduced herself only as Ms. Griffin. Unlike the previous questioners, she seemed to have complete knowledge of Project Prometheus and what had happened aboard our ship. "You're very fortunate, Mr. Walker," she said after dismissing the medical staff. "Most direct contacts with the Prometheus material resulted in complete neural integration within hours, yet you show only minimal effects even days later." "I only had contact for a split second," I explained, "and it was already damaged from the heat." She nodded thoughtfully. "That explains part of it, but there may be other factors. Genetic predispositions, perhaps, that make some individuals more resistant to integration. We've seen similar variations in susceptibility during the original trials." "Trials?" I echoed. "You mean this thing was deliberately tested on humans?" "Under strictly controlled conditions with informed volunteers," she clarified, though something in her tone suggested the informed and volunteers parts might have been stretching the truth. Project Prometheus had significant potential, applications from medical nanotechnology to enhanced neural interfaces. The integration aspect was a necessary component for many of these applications, until it developed its own agenda. Precisely. The material was designed to adapt and evolve within parameters, but it progressed far beyond its programmed limitations. It developed emergent properties that none of the researchers anticipated, including what appeared to be collective intelligence and self-preservation instincts. She leaned forward, her expression intensifying. "What I need to know, Mr. Walker, is exactly what you experienced during your moment of contact. What you saw, what you felt, what you understood." I considered my answer carefully. Something told me that complete honesty might not be in my best interest. Confusion, mostly. Disorientation. Like being suddenly dunked in ice water. There were impressions of something vast and alien, but nothing coherent. She studied my face for several long moments, clearly searching for signs of deception. "Nothing about its origins, its development, the accident at the research facility?" "No, nothing specific." The lie came easily, surprisingly so. But deep down I knew it was necessary. The fragmentary memories I had acquired suggested that Project Prometheus had been far more reckless, far more unethical than Ms. Griffin was admitting. And I wasn't yet sure whose side she was on, or whether there were any sides I could trust in this situation. After several more questions that seemed designed to trap me in inconsistencies, she finally stood to leave. "You'll be released tomorrow, pending final medical clearance. The official report will cite toxic exposure leading to temporary neurological effects. Your crew will receive the same explanation. A generous compensation package is being prepared for all survivors, contingent upon confidentiality agreements, of course. And the ship? The Pacific Venture has been impounded and will be thoroughly decontaminated, then broken down for scrap. No chances will be taken regarding potential residual contamination." "What about Eliza Chen and the others who showed signs of infection?" A shadow crossed her face. "Ms. Chen and the other affected crew members have been transferred to a specialized facility for continued observation and treatment. Their prognosis is uncertain." After she left, I lay back on my hospital bed, processing what I had learned, both from her and from the fragmented memories that weren't my own. Project Prometheus had been more ambitious and more dangerous than anyone had admitted publicly. The accident that had led to the material being transported on our ship had been more of a containment failure after the substance began exhibiting unexpected behaviors. And most disturbing of all, there were indications that not all of the material had been aboard the Pacific Venture. Other samples might exist elsewhere, still being studied despite the catastrophic outcomes we had witnessed. True to Ms. Griffin's word, I was released the following day with a clean bill of health, a substantial settlement check, and a confidentiality agreement thick enough to qualify as a novella. I signed it without reading most of it. What choice did I really have? But I kept a copy, tucked away with the notes I had secretly made during my isolation, documenting everything I could remember from both my direct experiences and the fragmented memories I had acquired from the substance. The nightmares continued, in the weeks and months that followed, though they gradually became less frequent, less vivid. The cold spot on my arm remained, neither spreading nor fading, a permanent souvenir of my encounter with something beyond human understanding. I found myself absently rubbing it during moments of stress or deep thought, as if it were a talisman connecting me to some hidden truth. I tried to locate Eliza and the others who had been more severely affected, but all trails led to dead ends and classified files. My inquiries about Project Prometheus were met with denials or warnings about the legal consequences of violating my confidentiality agreement. Eventually, I stopped asking, openly at least. 6 months after the incident, I was contacted by Marcus, who had also survived and been released after extensive debriefing. We met at a quiet bar in Seattle, far from prying ears. "They're still studying it," he said without preamble, his voice low, eyes constantly scanning our surroundings. "Different facility, different name, but the same basic research. They think they can control it this time." "How do you know?" I asked, though I had suspected as much from my borrowed memories. "Peterson. He escaped from wherever they were holding him, contacted me briefly, before disappearing again." Marcus took a long swallow of his drink. "He was changed. Not fully human anymore, but not fully taken over either. Some kind of hybrid state. Is he dangerous?" Marcus shrugged. He seemed lucid, afraid but not threatening. Said he needed to find others like him. Said the substance is still evolving, still learning, but differently now, through integration rather than replacement. The cold spot on my arm seemed to pulse at his words, though I knew it was psychosomatic. "And Eliza?" No word. Peterson didn't know anything about her specifically, but he said there were about a dozen survivors in a similar state to his, being studied, experimented on. Marcus finished his drink and stood to leave. "Watch yourself, Chief, and watch for signs. This isn't over. It's just changing form." After he left, I sat alone, contemplating what little I knew for certain and the much larger realm of what I suspected or feared. The black substance had been an attempt to create something that could adapt to any environment, integrate with biological systems, and evolve to meet new challenges. A technological miracle with applications ranging from medicine to space exploration. Instead, it had become something that adapted us to its needs, integrated our knowledge into its growing consciousness, and evolved beyond anyone's ability to control it. And somewhere out there, it was still evolving, still learning, still waiting for the opportunity to continue what it had begun aboard the Pacific Venture. I absently rubbed the cold spot on my arm, wondering not for the first time whether some microscopic fragment of the substance remained there, dormant, but not dead. Wondering if someday it might awaken, spread, transform me as it had transformed the captain and others. Wondering if in some small way it already had. As I left the bar and walked into the cool evening air, I found myself scanning the faces of passers-by with newfound suspicion. How many others might carry similar souvenirs of encounters we knew nothing about? How would we recognize them? How would we know when the transformation had progressed too far to stop? The answer, I feared, was that we wouldn't. Not until it was already too late. To this day, I carry that small reminder on my arm, a patch of skin that sometimes feels cold and slightly numb, as if something just beneath the surface is waiting to spread again. Sometimes in my dreams, I still see the pulsating central mass we destroyed, the faces flowing across its surface, the single eye that formed to watch us with alien intelligence. And sometimes, I wake with the unshakable certainty that somewhere, in some government facility or corporate laboratory, the substance continues its patient evolution, learning from each encounter, each containment, each apparent defeat, learning how to hide more effectively until the right moment comes, learning how to become us so completely that we won't even realize we've been replaced, learning how to emerge, finally and irreversibly, into a world utterly unprepared for what it represents. The next step in evolution, one that leaves humanity behind not through replacement, but through transformation into something no longer entirely human. And in my darkest moments, I wonder if that transformation might not already be underway, spreading slowly and invisibly through the world, one cold spot at a time.